Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining today. So, yet again, we were stood up. Third weekend in a row. Miss Boo Boo said she was going to go live. And when I woke up, I said, oh, shoot, I forgot. And what do you know? She never went live. So, we, meaning myself and my very special guest, Bash, are going to give our thoughts on Betty's live yesterday, which, as some of you have seen already, we have clipped and posted just because she is an idiot and clearly knows nothing about the law, yet we had known that long ago. So, welcome everyone that has joined already. Blank screen, not sure if you're still here, but hello. Beer Can Island, hello. My opinions only. Amberly, thank you, Amberly, for sharing. I was actually thinking the same thing, opinions. She probably had a little too much drinky drink. And she had to show off her new poo hair to the bar dudes. Oh, I didn't think about that.
Well, yesterday afternoon, late before the jury watch thing went off, she was just yawning herself to death. Maybe she slept in today.
Yeah, and I was watching, so as I was getting ready for this live, I went through and clicked time frames, and there's one, I don't know if it was one of the first sections or somewhere, she seemed a little giddy, or like, I don't know, she kind of was like slurring a little bit. Maybe it was just because I had her on high speed. But it seemed like well, then again, she had that big tumbler, so who knows what was in there. Yeah. All right, so I've got all messages on. So let's get this party started, shall we? Let me make sure I'm on the first slide. And perfect. All right, so this is Betty's live from yesterday, and I probably won't stop it as much. Well, I say that all the time, but I'm hoping not to, because she was kind of boring yesterday up until the part where she starts talking about Koberger. But then again, I could miss things. So, and then Bash, same as always, just, if you want me to pause it, let me know.
Can I just say something real quick?
Sure.
The second that she popped on screen yesterday, I just want to thank Betty so much. She started my weekend out with a bang, because I just about died laughing with that pink hair and that orange shirt.
Well, yeah, you sent me a text probably as soon as she came live, right? Because it was around 8. I was already at work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you sent me, your message said, what is she wearing or something. Well, it wasn't that nice, but so of course I had to go look because I have planned first period. So I just went and looked quick, and I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, she was hoochied up for sure.
Well, I didn't even have to. I mean, I don't drink anyway, but had I wanted to drink, I wouldn't have had to. I had a good time, because I just looked at her and laughed.
I mean, and that's what I
does she really think that she looks professional? Give me a break.
Yeah, definitely. And then I'm pretty sure she had pajama pants on. So at the end, when we were watching yesterday, the end of her live, she kind of got up for a second, or like was moving her leg, and I'm pretty sure she had pajama pants on. Which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with pajama pants.
Yeah, I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but you might be right.
Yeah, which, would make sense. Oh, thank you, Blank Screen. You like that? We're waiting for you to, yeah, Blank Screen is here. We're waiting for you to, dirty up that picture I sent you. I did the clean version. We're waiting for you to do your magic.
I
Hey,
already did a
you're
dirty
welcome.
picture, but I didn't post it on
No.
I
And
sent it to
okay.
Emmy in Discord, and she about lost it.
Yeah, that was she does actually, there is a clip, hopefully I'll make sure we get to it. There's a clip like in the middle of her live where she starts talking about the cupcake, and she actually does like some more weird sounds and motions that I was like, "Oh my gosh, what is happening?" Um
Well, with her mouth open and her licking that cupcake, I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't help myself.
Blank screen said
I had
stop.
to make it dirty.
Blank screen said stop being filthy. All right. All right.
Why? He's filthy sometimes too.
She was making love to it, no cap.
Gross.
Okay. All right. So let's get this party started.
Well, good morning, my beautiful people of YouTube.
Right there's
you
where
guys
I
are
lost
correct.
it.
You don't need to adjust.
And doesn't she sound like she's slurring to you? Like she was like, good morning, YouTube. And it was kind of like that. It's like,
I don't know.
maybe it's just her.
Maybe.
Do I have, actually, let me make sure. Oh no, she's on normal speed. All right, let me just go to 125. Yeah, this, and she's got her sunglasses on again. Like what?
I know why she wears some sunglasses.
Oh, because it's like
on top of her
up
head.
there.
Covers the bald spot.
Makes sense. Hi, Tiffany. Yes, you walked into a poop show with cotton candy hair, who she was actually really entertaining yesterday. She didn't really yell or, she wasn't, her usual self, but she did make some dumb comments that we're going to definitely talk about.
Just looking at the way she's dressed made me laugh.
And like the eyeliner, like that's like nighttime makeup. Yeah.
Your screen. My hair is pink today. It is pink. The chat ruled and Bullhorn Betty drooled. Okay. So one of the things, everybody in the chat realized I was going to the hairdresser. Something happened on Wednesday, which is my normal hairdressing appointments on Wednesdays. And for whatever reason, my chat got this wild hair up their butt that they were going to vote that I need to have pink hair. True story. And I fought with them.
And I'm curious, like, because I don't ever watch the chat when I watch her because I'm driving and I'm not Betty. But I wonder if they really were like egging her on, because I feel like it was probably like one or two people that said it once or twice, and then she just had it in her head. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do my hair pink.
I don't know. Good question.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
But in all true fashion, I told them I would consider it. I did consider it, but by the time I didn't get it done Wednesday because there was a scheduling conflict. So the lady came in on her day off yesterday. And so while I was there Wednesday, I told her, everybody in chat's talking about this pink hair. Is there a possibility you have some pink on you? You can put in my hair. I told her I didn't want it bright. I wanted it light. And she didn't have the pale pink that I was looking for, but she did have light pink. And so now you see Bullhorn Betty is light pink up top. Light pink.
Oh, God.
Good morning, Joyous Swift. It's nice to see you. First, to say good morning to Bullhorn Betty in chat. Well, I shouldn't say that. The first that I can see, because I know people are in here chatting a lot sooner than Joy, and she's talking in the middle of a conversation, but that's the first I could see by the time I signed in this morning, right? Because I woke up, as you know, this has been in there since probably about midnight. So I woke up at midnight and went back to bed around, I don't know, 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. So I was pulling it. It was a little rough on me, and I'm not sure why. I just haven't been sleeping well lately. So might be the changes. It might be barometric pressure. It might be the moon. I don't know.
So, yeah, maybe we had a discussion about that last night. Yeah. I think it's a combination of stress and 2 gallons of coffee a day.
Yeah, her pitcher of coffee that she has with her which we found out yesterday, all day long, like until
Yeah.
she is not live anymore. Like I stopped drinking
Didn't
coffee
she?
at like 1 or I'll be up all night.
Well, I know the stuff was still going on at 6 or 7 o'clock last night, and she was getting ready to make some more. I think.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
I mean,
if I drank half as much coffee as she does, I'd be up for 2 days.
yeah, it's just, yeah, like that's just too much coffee.
So don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in. We've already got 214 people in chat. We're going to get started very soon. If this is your first time here, I am Bullhorn Betty, and this is the Bullhorn Betty channel where we cover true crime, but we're not one of the normal run-of-the-mill creators on on YouTube. We actually go out and put boots on the ground and do we look into the cases. We look into the cases in many cases thoroughly. Sometimes it's just getting some information out there, meeting with a few.
No, do not look at them thoroughly. Let's get that straight right now.
Yeah, like I said in my video yesterday, no, she's not one of the run-of-the-mill creators, because most of them sit there and give facts, and they don't go out and start shit shows like she does.
Right.
Yelling in bullhorns in front of people's houses, interfering in investigations. So no, she's not a run-of-the-mill channel, for sure.
Hey, A, yes, her hair is pink. You missed it yesterday. Oh, that's right, because you probably left, but towards the end of the live, I had noticed she wasn't live anymore. So we did a quick, we watched the very tail end of this live last night. So yes, her hair is pink. Yes. Yes. Yeah, she's got a ton of makeup on today. Ton.
Few people getting what we can out. But this is one case. The Idaho 4 was one case that, me, as well as several other well-known content creators worked on and went out there and covered this case thoroughly. So good morning, Joy. Sweet Leaf, Joyce, Christine, nice to see you. SB, a lot of you. People are going to be laughing. You're never going to change your name because you're probably laughing at me every time I have to say it in the morning. So good morning. It's nice to see you. Sean, it's great to see you and have you here from across this pond, along with Karen Davis, one of your neighbors. It's nice to see you, Southern Granny Wolf. SB. What else do we have in here? Linda Lou is up nice and early this morning, conversating. Jess Samantha's in the house. You guys should check out Unsolved No More.
Yeah, I noticed that. And I didn't look to see if the other girl, Skittles, was in there.
I didn't see her.
Oh, wait, maybe she was. I'm trying to think, because this week, like, kind of the days ran into each other, but I remember saying, maybe it wasn't yesterday, but I remember one morning going in and saying, hey, truthful soul, funny seeing you here. And of course my comment was
2 days ago.
Oh, it was. Okay. Yeah. This week kind of ran into each other.
No More. Homicide Detective Ken Maines. What he says about exculpatory evidence, he's completely different from Chris McDonough. I'll have to check that out. Let me write that.
Yeah. So I'm surprised she hasn't heard of Maines Unsolved No More. If you haven't checked out his channel, he's a retired detective, and his observations are based on experience, and he works to solve cold cases now.
I'm surprised she could even pronounce that word.
That's true.
Exculpatory.
Yeah. So I'll be interested to see, because she probably won't watch him, because he's going to say a lot of things that contradict what she says. So she probably won't watch him for very long, if at all. Oh, what did Anna say? Wait, her name is Andrea. That is fitting. Karen name. No offense to other Andre. It's actually
her name's Andra.
Yeah, it's actually Andra A. But I always say Andrea too because it's just the way, but yeah, Andre, you know, same difference. Andrea the Giant.
Now, see, her name's not Andra anymore. It's her first name is Bullhorn. Her last name's Betty.
Right.
She lost the Andra name already.
Yeah.
I'm not going to probably do it right now. I'll probably do it during some of our breaks. But we're going to go over a lot of this stuff because I got to tell you, some of the stuff that that's being found out is really odd, really bizarre. So let me get this person's name. Unsolved No More.
I wonder what name she signed.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
What's that?
I wonder what name she actually signed the document. I bet she starts to write Bullhorn Betty and has to think about it.
Right, because, you'd have to use your legal name, not your persona name.
So how many times has she said Bullhorn Betty already? And we're, 3 minutes in?
Right. Well, and I was actually counting the number of times she's cleared her throat.
I know.
Like, who is it? I had told you the other night, this song, DJ Cool. For any of those of you who grew up, I went to college in the late 90s, there was a song by DJ Cool called Let Me Clear My Throat. It was a huge party song. And I want to find a copyright-free version of that to do like a montage of Betty clearing her throat with that song behind it, just because it would be fun. She should, oh my gosh, Anna. A says she should dye her eyebrows pink too, then she'd really be a pig. All right, now you better not get too fresh, girlfriend. You'll go on timeout. Is she aware that swallowing is not supposed to be such a struggle? Yeah.
Queen Bella says she tells everyone she identifies as Bullhorn.
She identifies as
I believe it. I believe that. I really do. That's her name. You ask her name, she's Bullhorn Betty.
That's true. Yeah, that's just, to me, it's what's
gonna be funny? Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just looking at chat. So A says that my sister still had that in her playlist. She said it played a lot of high school parties. Oh, so high school too. Well, your mama was in high school when I was in college, so that makes sense.
Okay, blank screen. Now who's getting dirty? She has a lot of things. Yeah, blank screen says she must have a lot of things and clothes down her throat.
Yeah, she's got a frog down there.
Oh my God, now who's getting dirty? Let's go with that.
Yeah. Oh no, Kathy, that's my niece. So I'm just razzing her. So she's funny, but I'm just razzing her. That's my niece who's making comments. But yes, I appreciate if we get really, gross or, rude, then you're going to go in timeout. Yes. All right.
Samantha, nice to see you this morning, by the way. Sonia's in the house with our beautiful shirts and our wonderful smiling face. It's nice to see you here this morning. Miss Meadows. Oh, I know who was in here really early this morning. I know. It was Miss Margaret. Miss Margaret's been sitting in here.
Oh, the winner of your dumb t-shirt?
She was like, I remember seeing her pop in. I'm like, oh my goodness. The real me too. It's nice to see you. Midnight Nurse Carla. Nice to see you. Kathy Baker, Jill from the Hill. It's nice to have you all here. M&M Racing, and who else do we have here? I'm just going to do a couple more names, and then we're going to start getting on with our segment. Patricia Miller, Miss Potty Mouth, Deborah, nice to see you here this morning. Unicorn, nice to see you. Cranky Pants. Everybody else, Van Lady, I see you. Everybody else, good morning. I got to do a blanket good morning because there was like 187 messages in here, and I know there's no possibility of me possibly, Miss Margaret's in there saying 7 hours. That's right. I remember. So now that I'm down at the bottom of the chat, what do you guys think of the pink hair? Okay, is it a yay or a nay? I actually, when I first got out of the hairdressers, It was a little brighter for my because you can kind of see over here, it's just a little bit bright. But I came home and washed the hair just.
And so this is where she shouldn't have the green screen behind her. And I apologize. I have the window open and there's a train going by. So if it seems like it's noisy, it'll be over in a minute. The green screen doesn't let you really see the hair. And like I said yesterday, I'm glad she got rid of Gannon and Letitia, and I'm glad she doesn't have the Idaho 4 one behind her, because that's just, it's disturbing and not appropriate in my opinion. But I feel like the green screen like isn't necessary.
Well, isn't she supposed to be getting back into her office?
That's what she
Monday?
says. But she also said she was going to go live this morning, and now this is the third time she stood us up.
I think she might have slept in today. Have a little something. A little drinky poo.
Oh, I'm going to have to shut that window. That train is really loud.
I don't think.
Yeah, I agree. Nothing she does is necessary.
I'm just curious to see what she's done with her office.
Oh, give me 1 second. I'm going to just mute for a second. I need to.
If anybody in the chat knows, I had heard that she got a cease and desist letter about the Gabby Petito head that she had. Does anybody know?
All right, I'm back. That train was very long and very loud.
Yeah, I was just asking if anybody in the chat knew, because I had heard she got a cease and desist about the Gabby Petito head in her office. She had to get rid of it.
Oh, right. I did hear that too. Oh, she got one and laughed about it. Oh.
Really?
Kathy, do you know what about when that live was? Because I need to find that. Oh, it probably was right. Probably. Okay, so actually I can figure it out, because whenever she went from the office, when she claimed her Splenda, spill all over. Of course she laughed about it because she's an ass. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. I don't mind looking, but it would be helpful. Right. Someone who's very like insecure, for sure. Yes. So
yeah, Peppermint Mocha, she claimed that she spilled a container of Splenda in her office. That's why she hasn't been in there.
Right. And so she decided that she would just rearrange the office and clean it out. And she did bring up, gosh, I wish I had clipped it, but I was like, she does so much other dumb stuff. She had said she wasn't able to sweep it up, so she decided to just redo the whole office. It's like, it's called a vacuum.
Exactly.
And if you can't get all the little, beads, then you use the hose to like really, suck it up.
Oh, I don't know. She's been gone from that office for so long. You know there's something else going on, and it wasn't Splenda.
Yeah. But we'll see. I mean, she's been saying a lot of things that haven't come to fruition. So, or shop vac. There you go. Oh, we can't wait, Kathy. Yep, we were talking about that last night too. When the verdict comes in, she's going to be ranting and raving.
Why does she think that?
She currently, I believe, just based on when she moves, you can see the, like, I don't know if it's her couch. It looks like a recliner, and that's why sometimes it looks like she's bouncing, because the chair is moving back and forth. But when she moves out of like off center, you can see the what she's sitting in behind her. Yeah, it's taking a long time. So she's up to something, that's for sure.
To lighten it up just a little bit more, because she said that that's what I needed to probably do. When it goes in a little brighter, and then as you wash it a couple times, it goes into a beautiful color. And even after one wash, it really did kind of.
But
oh God,
if you look, if you look at the side, so it would be our left side, it looks really bright. Like it looks like there's a patch of like bright pink, and
well,
then
it's really thin on that side too.
Oh, that's true.
So it was probably hard for them to, just pick out a few strands of hair to color. They had to do it all because there's nothing there.
Yeah, that is a good pause for sure. And it does actually look like her hair is layered based on this. But I feel like if she didn't flip it over the way she does, like it wouldn't look as bad on the other side. But
Yeah, I've never understood that big poof on the top of her head and then it's combed over.
Yeah.
I think she's trying to cover up the bald spot. That's why
it could be maybe there's one on the other side too.
I don't know. She's just got a weird hairstyle.
Yeah, I agree.
Beautiful pink color. So I actually like it. It's a little different. I got to be honest with you. If it wasn't for the people in the chat, I would not have changed my hair color. And she finally got this gorgeous, like white blonde. You know me, my white.
Oh
hair.
God.
I'm gonna have to have her some yellow.
I know. She's something.
I'm there to make the haters happy, but that's okay. That's okay. So, anyways, I feel.
See, this should have been the live for bingo because she said so many things already, and then she just continues to say all those buzzwords and key phrases that we had on our list.
Bingo today.
That's true. We could do it like David Lee Roth Comover. Agree. Oh, thanks to you, I've added the word fluffernutter to my vocabulary. So Bash actually sent me a message about fluffernutter, and I was like, it's the first thing that came to my head because she's nuts, right? Well, then I said, well, let me just go look at the definition. Well, I didn't know that there was a definition on Urban Dictionary, and I was like, oh no, that is not what I meant.
But Chaos, I remember seeing her in chat a lot. She changed her name to Cease and Desist for Uni. I love it. That is hilarious.
Gorgeous and her hair should never be in the same sentence. I agree. Oh boy.
Great. I appreciate everybody that participated in the hairdo. Mostly Brat Jennifer L and Brat Miss Robin. Okay,
yeah, see, that's what I said. Probably 2 people. Jennifer L is one of her like loyal subscribers.
And Ahmad, I think.
Yeah, I don't know who the other person is. Karen, that's probably her friend Karen, right? So yeah, 2 people were like, go pink, and she's saying the whole chat said it.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah, no.
But I didn't call them out by name, but let's call them out by name. Let's call out the brats that made me change my hair color.
And I'm sure they sent her the money to pay for it too.
Yep. So she said that the hairdresser said once you wash it, just like with any color, I know when I haven't done it this year, but usually like my hair is dark, and I'll do blonde highlights in the summer, but I didn't do it this year. And so when I first get it done, it's like, whew, holy crap, but then as you wash it, it kind of tones down a little bit. But I don't know. She has apparently washed it either that yesterday morning or the night she got it done, which I usually leave. I don't wash my hair for at least a couple days.
Yeah, she said she, I think, took a shower and washed her hair as soon as she got home from the hairdresser. It toned it down a little bit.
But yes, it is permanent. No toner, no bleach. Well, she did bleach the roots again. You can see she bleached her hair and then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, JLR's guy liner and mascara.
Looks like some more of it fell out too.
All right, so Anna, that's an actual song. I got to look that up cuz my niece is singing a song about an emo squirrel and she said that's perfect for Betty. So I'm going to have to look up that song, Emo Squirrel. All right. Yeah, she always laughs when she thinks something's funny and it's not. She was laughing the other day when she was talking about the Letitia Stott trial and nothing was funny at all. So,
That song is on YouTube. It's on TikTok.
okay.
Yeah, it's on there.
Yep. So I'm going to have to look that up. Yes, Boo Boo stood us up again 3 weekends in a row. Like just say you're not going to go live. Like why say it and then not do it? It's so stupid. Yeah.
So, anyways, had a wonderful time yesterday and went over to the BFFs and got to spend some time with her. I was going to stay there for dinner, but then I decided because I just get so tired when it starts getting later in the day. So I ended up coming home. I had food here and I just ate. Today, before we get started, not only is it TGIF, but it's also Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo. So I do want to I want to preface this before we get started this morning. Happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. I also want to advocate that, at nights like this, there are going to be many people that go out. There's going to be a lot of alcohol being served tonight. And for those that don't drink or don't participate in Cinco de Mayo, it might behoove you guys just to stay off the streets tonight. If you need
there's
to
a word.
Yep, and there's behoove. So she's done so many things
Bingo
in
word.
this live. And I wonder if she didn't watch our bingo live and we were talking about the words that she usually says. And now she's saying them. Oy.
Go out and get something. You got all day today. On your way home, pick whatever you need up. Just stay off the roads. If you're not drinking, just stay off the roads. There's no need to get yourself into a wreck. And it's not that you're going to be at fault, right? But there's just a lot of crazy people. So I'm going to be one of the people that stay home tonight. I'm not planning on going out and celebrating Cinco de Mayo at all. So I will be home. But I also want to remind everybody that every year AAA partners with tow trucks around this country, and it's called Tow to Go. If you look up in your area, you should be able to find out whether you have Tow to Go in your community. If you have Tow to Go, please save that number in your phone if you plan on going out tonight.
Oh, did she say that, Pig Lips? Did she say if you're not drinking, stay off the roads? I missed that. Oh, she must have, because you did a face poem. Okay. So she said if you're not drinking, stay off the roads. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Oh, blank screen. Just wait. She gives us some personal insight as to why we don't want to drink and drive.
Now, a couple pointers for my funner people here on the channel. That's not so, not like Bullhorn Betty, right? My party animals that are on here on our channel. Even if you don't have Tow to Go, make other arrangements. And I know it's kind of, it kind of sucks to talk about designated drivers and everything like that, but there's no need to get yourself in trouble, and there's no need to put anybody else's life in danger. There's a path forward for you to go out, have a great time, not have to worry about your liquor intake, and have the kind of night that you want and keep everybody else safe. So it literally is a win-win for everyone. So for those that can't, part of your budget tonight is making sure that you have money for Uber. It's not all about just going out and having money to be at the bars, eat, have a good time. Part of that expense is making sure that you arrive there safe and get home safe. So part of your job, if you're going out.
Oh, go ahead.
I see fireworks going off because she actually said something that makes sense.
Yeah.
The Uber and all this stuff. Leave your car at home. You want to go out and drink, make alternate arrangements. She finally said something that makes sense.
Yeah. Right. And so that's the thing. Like, I feel like she's now scripting everything. I think we had talked about it not last night, the night before maybe. True Crime Dime had brought it up. And I had thought the same. Like, it seems like she's reading off a script because it's not as like she doesn't really go off on a tangent or, in her words, a dissertation. But yeah, like it's very definitely scripted, I think. Sinner says, why is she dressed like she's going to sing the national anthem at a NASCAR race? Yeah.
I don't know. I think she's dressed like a $2 streetwalker myself. But
Yeah. I mean, that just, she's wearing like a halter top, or like we call them bralettes, like not necessarily a bra like you usually think of, but like, yeah, like a tank top bra.
have you ever seen a real reporter dressed like this?
No.
When they're on camera giving the news? No.
Hey, Stella Bella, welcome. No, I've never seen, unless like, for example, like sometimes reporters will do like the marathon runs or like the charity walks, things like that. But even then, they're not this scandalous. Like it would be a little more reserved. Yes. Yeah, I agree. The shirt clashes with the hair, and she's got the pink behind her, which just doesn't really go with the whole thing either.
Well, somebody left a comment on the video I made of her yesterday. Said that she was trying to be the new MCL with the boobies hanging out.
Oh, ew. Okay.
Yeah, ew.
All right.
This evening is to make sure you have adequate funds, cash on hand, to get you where you need to be in case you can't get an Uber, such as a taxi. But just be safe. So that's just the message today. Happy Cinco de Mayo, all to have fun today. And I also all want you to be back here tomorrow morning. So an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure this evening. So please be responsible while you partake in Cinco de Mayo this evening.
Cinco de
God bless each and every
Mayo.
one of you. Now we're going to get into the language of letting go. This is kind of like our guide here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. If you're here for the first time, we go over this book called The Language of Letting Go. We talk about a massive amount of horrible news on this channel. So one of the things I try to do is inspire my people and give them good messaging that touches their heart, that they can go out and be a better productive member of society. Now, the language of letting go is typically for those who are codependent in nature. Many of you know that I come from a background of drugs, alcohol, dependency, violence. I mean, there are a number of things that can go along. I've been sick for a very, very, very long time. And the one thing that's helped me get through a lot of that over the last 15, 20 years has been this book. So
she always has to throw in the 15 to 20 years when we know full well it hasn't been that long.
2017.
Yep. Yeah, it is. That this book is like completely referring to her actions, but she doesn't see that she's still doing the things she's talking about not doing. Yes, her hair is pink. Yes. So that's why I named the live. Oh no, I didn't talk about her pink hair. I called her a buffoon this time. My bad. But yeah, it was the picture. The picture that I posted on my community tab had the pink hair in it. But yes, her hair is
pink. A bunch of people have posted pictures of her with pink hair.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Gina Marie, I am so glad you said that. So I have that book here, and I really thought about doing what she does, but just doing like a short clip of a section of that book, The Art of Not Giving an F, which if you haven't read it, it's a great book. I actually thought about doing like little videos just of me reading sections of that book, and kind of, because as soon as she starts talking about the language of letting go, I think about the subtle art of not giving an F. And I think there's three books now. There may be more. The last time there was only 3. But yes, that's actually, maybe I'll do that because it's a great book. Yes. I'm sorry, Vash, did you have something you wanted to say too?
No, huh?
Oh, you're good? Okay.
Talk on this channel to the power of no. I always advocate for my audience not to be that person that's constantly caring for somebody else and not caring for themselves. And we go over that how powerful the word no is, and people need to learn to use the word no more often, in my opinion, instead of being a people pleaser for everybody else that doesn't ever try to people please for you. It's always you working for everybody else. So this
Which
today
she
on
does
Secret
not
Mayo,
do.
May 5th.
What? Say that again. I'm sorry.
She should, basically calling herself a people pleaser. No, she isn't.
Oh, yeah.
Everything is always about her. She doesn't care about anybody else or what they think.
Yeah. No, like she's proved it already with talking about, don't you love my hair? Da 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 da.
It's all about her all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The title is Learn to Say No and Yes, right? Read the following sentence out loud. No. No, this doesn't work for me. No, thank you. This doesn't feel right to me. No, this isn't right for me at all. Now try this. I have to think about that first before I can decide. I'll get back to you later. I thought about it and the answer is no. Now read this. I know I have said yes, and this is what I wanted, but I've changed my mind. This isn't working out for me. This isn't right for me anymore. I'm sorry for any inconvenience I might have caused you. Now this. Go away. Don't call anymore. See, you can say all those things you thought you couldn't. Now read this sentence out loud. Maybe. Maybe, but I'm leaning toward no. Maybe it sounds interesting, but I'm not sure. Yes, that would be nice. Yes, I like that idea.
Okay, so my sister is now in the chat and she just made a really good point. So Bash, you had mentioned how you thought she was trying to emulate or imitate someone else that used to, flaunt themselves.
Uh-huh.
So my sister just said, "Oh, now Betty's a life coach?"
Yep.
And that is, again, it just was like an aha, like, oh, just like MGL.
Well, have you noticed that when Molly left YouTube, did you notice how Betty's behavior changed? There for a little while, she was just doing and saying totally outrageous stuff like Molly did.
Oh yeah, she was off the rocker for sure.
I've always thought ever since Molly left that Betty is trying to take over as the real, whatever you want to call it, of YouTube. She doesn't have Molly to compete with anymore.
Right, so she's trying to take the top spot, which I don't think is working.
No.
When? Yes, I'd love to. Yes, but the time isn't right for me now. Those are your basic choices with a few variations. Learn them, memorize them, then ask yourself when each answer applies. Thank you, Jennifer L. God bless you. Pink Hair Day. Right? And it says, learn to honestly tell people what your real answer is. Look into your heart and decide when a thing is or isn't right for you. God, help me trust myself about when it's right to say no, maybe, and yes. Then help me express myself in an honest, loving way. So here's the activity for the day. And one of the reasons why we're not going to use the journal today, because we do have activity. So our activity is, do you often have a difficult time expressing yourself? What is the most difficult thing for you to tell people? No or yes? Try giving yourself permission by writing yourself a permission slip, then carry it around with you in your purse or wallet. It might read something like this. Dorothy has permission to say no whenever she wants. Or it might read, I have permission to say no 10 times this week, and yes 5 times. Then sign the slip and let it be a reminder to you to own your power by saying no, yes, or maybe, whenever each of those answers is right for you. So don't forget, the power of no is important. So you don't have to be the people pleaser, but hey, if you want to, you can. You can choose to make the decision for yourself. Anyways, I hope that did inspire somebody. I hope that was something that maybe touched somebody in the audience. So now we're going to go ahead and get on over to what we're here for. This is going to be a live that goes right into, just like every other trial day, this live, we're going to have a topic of discussion. Thank you, Stephanie. God bless you. We're going to have a topic of discussion. Our topic of discussion is Brian Koberger. And then we're going to go right on into Letitia Stout's trial. So I realize it's going to be a little confusing today because most of the time that we've had this trial, the thumbnail has been Letitia Stout. However, today I put the thumbnail.
Oh, I missed this part. I must have fast forwarded through this in my car when I was watching because I didn't realize she addresses the whole green screen situation. Interesting.
Yeah, I missed this too.
I'm curious as to why she changed it. Is it because I told you you're disgusting and disturbing that you have that behind you?
Oh, she was talking about her thumbnail.
Oh, her thumbnail? I thought she said green screen.
No, it's her thumbnail. She usually has something about
Oh,
Letitia Stout, but today it's Koberger.
Oh, got it. Okay. I misheard that.
Thumbnail for Brian Koberger because there's so much information coming out and I wanted to discuss that with you. So all know.
Okay, and speaking of this information coming out, thank you to Bash for sending me the 166 pages that was released. I read through it all this morning and there wasn't anything new that we didn't already know that was like an oh my god, this is crazy moment. The only thing I saw that was different than what we've seen is that the handwritten paperwork of the items that were seized from Koberger's apartment was handwritten as opposed to the list that we had seen with the search warrant.
Right.
So I don't see anything that dramatic that we didn't already know.
With his trial and all this stuff coming up, do you think they're really going to release anything that could jeopardize that trial? As far as new information, they're still doing whatever they do.
Yep, I agree. She is. She's all about clickbait, and that is shown in her tag stuffing. Or now she doesn't just tag stuff, she writes an entire story and then hashtags certain words in that story, which is clever, but still not appropriate.
Now it looks ridiculous. I don't know anybody else that does that.
No. Like the only thing I put in mine is my description and then all of my sources, Betty. So when I actually do research, and the first thing you should do is give credit where credit is due, which is those people who actually did the research, because I didn't do it, so I'm not going to say I did. They did it, and I'm using their knowledge to present for myself. So
Center says 166 pages. She's going to need a new binder. Trust me, I doubt that she took the time to even download that 166 pages, let alone read it.
Right. Yeah.
I just don't think she did it.
No. And I accidentally went forward in the 166 pages and I was like, wait, this is the same affidavit we had seen before. So then I was like, oh, this is just everything they've released, but they put it in like a nice little bow, as she says, instead of a nice little package.
Nothing new that's going to jeopardize the case.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Kathy. There's nothing that hasn't been out there. But again, she wants to make fetch happen, and she's trying as much as she can to make it happen, but it's not going to happen. So
she's making it look like she's got some fantastic new information. What she does.
Yep.
So that the collective media, we're just going to call them media, or I'll call them the Associated Press. Okay, I know that the Associated Press is not collectively these media organizations, but for the easier digest version for my audience to follow along, we're going to call the petitioners in the case, the media, we're going to call them Associated Press. We're going to just collectively call them all Associated Press when referring to them today.
Sure.
She's talking about all these media outlets and stuff. I'm curious if Bullhorn Betty Media is on that list. Yeah. That's the name of her media company, Bullhorn Betty Media.
With her TM that she doesn't have, nor has she applied for.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah. No, she's not on the list.
I didn't think so.
No, she's not media. Mm-mm. She likes to think she is, but she's not.
So we all know that the Brian Koberger case really started hitting some weird walls with the judge. And you know that I have been a vocal advocate of my disdain of some of these orders coming out of Moscow, Idaho, and Latah County. And we've discussed at length before, but way back in January and February, how I thought that these non-dissemination orders were a violation of law. Well, so did this collective Associated Press. And they jumped the line and went straight to the Supreme Court to challenge the non-dissemination order in the Brian Koberger case. I'm pretty sure everybody here knows exactly what the Idaho 4.
Yes, Gina Marie. I believe though it was Betty Bullhorn. It wasn't Bullhorn Betty. So,
What's that?
So the name Betty Bullhorn was actually a moniker for someone else. And so Betty is now saying Bullhorn Betty. And she's trying to trademark it, just like it's on the ground. They also stole that from a military organization dedicated to our veterans. So a lot of what I'm sorry, go ahead.
She's not even applied for the trademark.
Right, because she probably
if you
can't.
if you check the official government website, it shows expired ones, active ones that's been applied for. There is no Bullhorn Betty on it anywhere. And I checked a bunch of other sites too, where you can check for a trademark, and it's not anywhere. It's not even been applied for.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. Like she mentioned it in a live not too long ago that she had applied for it, but it takes a few years. And I was like,
it started out 12 to 24 months, and then she moved it up to 3 years that it could take to get it. She's not even applied for it.
Yes, there is a Bullhorn Betty.
Everywhere.
Sinner says he just saw the Bullhorn Betty Urban Dictionary definition. Yes, there is.
I've got that. I've got one for Molly too.
Hey, Julie. Yeah.
Who Brian Koberger is. But in case you don't, let me just give you a little bit of background information on the case. So on November 13th, 2020, a call came into Moscow Police Department for an unconscious person. Police ended up going to a house.
So now those of you who watched my live last night, this is where I believe she is saying things that she did not say initially, but now she's trying to make herself look better or more knowledgeable, intelligent. I didn't have time to go through her videos because 1, I was tired, and 2, I just figure, some of you in the chat will help me out. I just wanted to have the proof that I knew she was lying, to show that she's, as she says, wish-washy instead of wishy-washy. Yeah, trying. There you go. Yep.
122 King Road, which was an apartment. It's a house that was broken into several different mini apartments within that home, on a three-level home. And that's where these kids stayed. It was set up almost like a dorm type of feel inside of this property. Well, in the early morning hours of November 13th, 4 of 6 students that were in the house at the time were brutally stabbed to death in their sleep. At least they were in their bedrooms if they were not sleeping. And there was a lot of commotion that kind of went on in and around this time that were kind of mentioned in a very nonchalant way in this affidavit of probable cause for Brett Payne. But we were following this case very early on when it first happened, and I went out to Idaho just to see what was going on. And when I first got there, I knew that there was something a lot more sinister than what the rumors were online related to this case.
Oh, yeah,
and
she knew everything about the case already.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
because she got to Idaho, she knew exactly what happened.
And she actually talks about that I believe, because that's when I just fast forwarded because I'm like, I'm not listening to this nonsense. Oh yeah, they're gonna catch up, and some of the things that she was saying about the lawyers in the Stotch trial, like just complete slander. But again, she doesn't care. She doesn't care.
You know who I wish would really go after her for the slanderous things that she said about him, saying that Leilani Simon's mom was doing something with Chief Hadley. I mean, she really threw him under the bus with some god awful stuff she said. I don't know why he didn't go after her. It might be his position. He can't, but it was just awful the things she said about him. And
oh yeah, and she said even more awful things the last time she was in Georgia. It's like,
yeah, she hates this man. And I mean, to do the job he did, assigning all these people and their investigation, and then finding that little boy in that landfill, to me was just spectacular. I don't think any other police chief worked as hard as he did trying to find little Quinn.
right.
But she still trashes him to this day.
Yeah, and it's like, just get over yourself, Betty.
Exactly.
Captured all of our attention in wondering what happened. And then we started hearing about this white Elantra around the 20th or 25th of November. And we were out in front of Wazoo. We personally was out in front of Wazoo.
We was personally outside. Okay. Boo boo. We were. Past tense.
You can get enough throat clearing in this one video to do a whole other video.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like she's done, like it's really like bad in this video.
It
like
is.
it's not like her usual like it's like really like what is going on?
I don't
on the
know.
case because nobody had been to this. We weren't even aware of how close Wazoo was to the University of Idaho. It just happened to be that Olivia and I stopped at this coffee house and got some coffee one morning. And we sat down to drink coffee before we started our day. And I looked directly over her shoulder and there was the big Wazoo sign. And I'm like, I jump out of my seat and I run over there and I'm like, oh my gosh, we're talking about this, it being a college kid. Here's another college. It's within several minutes of the University of Idaho. Could this be a rivalry? Could it be somebody from this college? I have to be honest, when I saw that college and I ran across the street.
There's if I have to be honest. She didn't say if I have to be honest with you, but she did say that whole phrase, if I have to be honest, which I had said before, when someone has to preface what they're saying with if I have to be honest, they're not being honest. Exactly. It's kind of like I say, I don't mean to offend you, but that shirt offended. You're wearing is hideous. Yeah, I did mean to offend you. Yeah. She is full of it.
To do that clip and take that photo on the first trip, I never in a million years really thought that somebody from that university was involved in this. I have to be honest, but it was a perspective that I knew that we needed to cover, especially in light of me being unaware of how close this university was and looking over Olivia's shoulder and seeing another university literally right behind her. So, long story short,
there's literally
and the throat clearing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Maybe it's some of the dust from that pound of foundation she has on her face that's getting in her lungs. I don't know.
Probably the hair dye.
The
fumes still coming off of it.
Boy.
We were out there. We ended up making a second trip out there. And that second trip out there was when the day, I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was the day that they were coming to clean the house, December 30th. They were sending a cleaning crew over there to clean all the chemicals and blood out of the home. And then all of a sudden we're seeing them packing up and leaving. And we, were unaware of why. And then while this commotion is going on at the house, we're learning through, online, literally real time, that somebody was just arrested in Pennsylvania for the murder. And then all of a sudden we finally see the face of who law enforcement believes carried out this heinous act. And we immediately ended up going over to the Steptoe Apartments and started taking footage as law enforcement was entering and doing their first search warrant of the premises and, combing through Brian Koberger.
Yes, she does. And I think she says it again in this one. I think True Crime Dime. I'm pretty sure she says as soon as she saw him, she knew he was the guy.
Okay, yeah. That does not bode well, because she was standing in front of the house and showed this other guy's picture and name, doxed him, saying that he was the suspect. So shut up, Betty. You did not know that it was Koberger.
No.
Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm. It was, they were like younger kids. Well, not young kids, but they were like 18-ish maybe. And they had stolen a car, I think, or something, but it came out the same time as they had arrested Koberger. And so, yeah, she ran with the two other kids that had nothing to do with the case.
Yeah, showed their mugshot and everything.
Oh, it was a guy with pink hair. Isn't that ironic? Because now she's got pink hair.
Oh, wow.
Huh. Thank you for that. I didn't realize the kid.
I didn't remember that part.
Right, I'll have to look back at her video when she was in front of the house because yeah, she didn't. Yeah, she wants to take credit for everything.
Oh, like, yeah, she solved this case too, like she did the Quentin Simons case.
Oh, and she's well, just wait. She starts talking about the woman who her remains were found in the Poconos. Is it Dana Whitfield, I think her name is, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. She again doubles down and says that it's Koberger.
Wow. Good morning, Voices, my love. I still love my dragon.
Yes, and she's hiding Voices. She's hiding our location because of you. But I have a feeling. So I don't know. Like, I feel like she might be going to Texas, because it also seems like she wants to be like JLR, because he's been getting a lot of views, he's got a ton of subs now. And she said it's going to be a 3-state tour. That's what she said. And so I'm thinking
going back to Marion County or Glenn County, Georgia, for the Trent, what was his last name?
Learcamp. Trent Learcamp.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know that there's anything going on there. I think they finally arrested some parents, but, I don't know.
Oh, you think she's going up there, Voices?
Where?
Voices, you're in Wyoming, right? If I'm not mistaken.
God. I don't think
Wyoming.
Well,
where's
Wyoming?
Wyoming is close to Idaho.
I don't know. She's supposed to be gone the 10th through the 15th, so we'll find out soon.
Oh, maybe Oklahoma. Right. And Blank Screen says that's her next grift. Where's she going to get the money for these trips? Exactly, because she's not telling anybody where she's going. But she's been
grifting already for another Idaho trip in June.
Mm-hmm. So but now with the May hearing, she wants to be there for that, for the motion from the Gonsalves family.
Yeah, see, they're not even doing no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong case. Never mind.
Oh, maybe
Jared.
Yeah. And that makes sense. She brought up that the woman in the Poconos again, that they had found her remains. So it's like, well, maybe she's going to go back up there.
That's Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah, Pennsylvania. And that's where Molly is. So, if she's home, I don't know if Molly's home yet. I don't follow her. Yeah, she said 3 unknown cases that haven't really hit the mainstream.
Okay.
That's what she keeps saying. So
where's she getting the money?
Well,
if she's not telling people what she's working on, how does she expect them to donate to it? Because they don't know what she's doing.
Mm-hmm. But they're grifting hard for that camera. They keep posting that in the chat. Help Betty get this camera.
She can't operate a $20 cell phone. Do you think she can operate a $4,000 camera? I mean, come on.
Oh yeah, and that's what I said, Voices. I was talking to Bash, and if that's the reason why she's not well, she actually did mention so that people don't know where she's going ahead of time, but
And what
it's
did I
electronic.
say?
So her reasoning is flawed because an electronic copy takes mere milliseconds to get to where it's going.
Yeah, the first time I heard she wasn't disclosing her destination, I told Emmy, I said, "Oh, she don't want Voices sending them binders." I love Voices, man. She is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Stays on top of the Betty.
But that would be great, Voices. If she came out to Wyoming, that would be pretty awesome. That would be awesome because she,
Oh, she said she stays on the line with them till they get it too. I
oh,
told you, she's awesome. I'm glad she's on our side.
oh, she said 2020.
What?
Oh, Shannon Copper said, "Sorry I'm late, but the Idaho 4 happened November 2022, not 2020." BHB said November 13th, 2020.
I
Wrong
did not
info.
catch that.
I didn't either. Wow, you guys are good.
We got an awesome chat. We always do.
Oh, I know. Well, and that's the thing. Like I think I get hyper focused on certain things. And then what she said, like the dates and stuff kind of go over my head because I'm looking for the other stuff that I just assume she knows the date of, but clearly
Well,
she doesn't.
while she's yapping, I'm kind of not paying too much attention to what she says. My focus, like a dummy, is sitting here counting how many times she clears her throat. I can't help it.
Well, now I can't help it because of you.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Lordy. She's entertainment, that's for sure.
She is. She's been saying since the beginning. Oh, she's been saying since the beginning, and she'll say October too. And I noticed the other day, I don't know what live it was, but she said that they had, oh my God, it was something, she said something happened in January. And the search warrant from Pennsylvania. She was like, yeah, and we got the search warrant from there in January. I was like, no, because Pennsylvania law doesn't release that until 90 days after the date it was signed, which would actually mean it was released in March. So again, she was just flying by the seat of her pants, which clearly we know she doesn't wear. So she had that wrong too. And again, I don't know if, well, nobody in her chat will call her out because if we do, we're blocked.
Oh, yeah, you get blocked, kicked, cussed at for 30 minutes.
Oh, the vigil is on the 15th of this month, Crazy Daisy?
June. Are you talking about for Summer Well?
Yeah.
It'll be in June.
Oh, June. Okay. I was
going
to
to
say, because if it was
I am so hoping she comes here because I want to meet this little sawed-off piece of crap face to face. And I'll be there. It's 15 minutes from me. I will be there. And I hope she comes.
Oh, I know, because I want video.
Oh, there'll be video. and, I'm a veteran. I've got a lot of veteran friends around here, and I'm going to take some big dudes with me just in case she starts anything.
Okay, June. I was going to say if it was May 15th, that would be right in line with her going on a secret mission.
No,
but
the 2-year thing's not till June.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
I'm assuming it's going to be at Warrior's Path again, which, like I said, 15 minutes from me. So I'll be there. And I'll get video of the wonderful Miss Bullhorn Betty in action.
Oh, Sinner says he's a veteran too.
Oh, awesome. What branch, Sinner?
I'm
Air
curious.
Force.
And we're in Pennsylvania, Sinner. I went to grad school in just outside of Philadelphia. So I lived down there for a few years.
Yeah, I was in the Air Force. So I love airplanes.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine Betty outside in the pants?
Oh, Marines. They're big, tough guys. I love Marines.
Spivey says, can you imagine Betty outside with no pants trying to talk to officers? Oh my gosh, that would be
I would have
amazing.
loved to have been that cop that arrested her running down the street with no pants. That's just hysterical.
Oh, Pittsburgh. Okay. Yeah, I'd love to see Betty go to Pittsburgh. Any big city. Any big city in the country. I would love to see her go to because she would not survive. Yes, thank you for your service for sure.
Berger's apartment. And everything is pretty much history from there. The state as well as the defense got together and came to a stipulation to try to block the public out of information from the court case that's relevant and up for public consumption. This is a public trial. I've always stated that here on this channel. This is a public trial of a person, and at the end of the day, I know our law enforcement counterparts on here, they're YouTubers. They try to say that nobody has a right to meddle in or cover a case when they're trying to find a murderer. And while I understand their point, but I respectfully disagree. There are a lot of protections here for media. There's a lot of First Amendment right protections for individuals.
There's the First Amendment. So this would have been perfect for bingo. She says every single, well, not every single word, but nearly every single word that was on our list.
That are unrelated to media. And I'm sorry, I understand your position, but law enforcement has to understand everybody else's. They've got a job to do just like everybody else. And so, thank God the Constitution is on the right side of this. And I think that opinion from the Supreme Court related to the non-dissemination order speaks for itself. It was not a very good opinion. Yeah, they denied the appeal. They denied the motion for mandamus and motion for prohibition because of
motion of mandamus. Do you know what that means, Betty? Because I don't. So you're throwing out these words, and I'm guessing if I don't know, probably some people in your chat don't know.
I have no idea.
I'm wondering if she's going to explain it to us. Probably not.
Yeah, good luck.
Jurisdictional issues. They didn't do the necessary steps to even be at the Supreme Court, which is the court of last resort. But the opinion itself was very, very, very positive for the collective Associated Press. And it was very, very positive for the Gonzalez family and other people involved. And so now we're getting to the point where we're realizing the Supreme Court does not agree with the judge in her non-dissemination orders. They even went as far as to explain how her non-dissemination orders are a violation of the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, as well as
So this is where she bashes Judge Marshall again. And this is where I had to stop listening to her because she was making me very angry with her rhetoric. She's so disrespectful.
Idaho state constitution. So it was not a very good opinion for Judge Marshall. It just wasn't. So she immediately set a hearing for the Gonzalez family motion to modify the non-dissemination order. And I had a conversation with Sleuthy just via tweet. It wasn't like a personal phone call conversation, but
so she keeps bringing in Sleuthy Goosey, which I've commended Sleuthy Goosey. She does amazing research.
Yeah,
she does a lot of things. She's always on Duty Ron show. Very respected within the community. Mm-hmm. And so now Betty is throwing her name around like they're best friends. But then today somebody must have said something to her, or she heard something somewhere, because now she doubles back and says not a personal conversation. It was just like tweet messages back and forth.
Wonder if Sleuthy knows Betty. I don't know if she gets involved in the drama stuff at all. She may not really know that much about her. I don't know.
Yeah, and I meant to go and look at some of Sleuthy Goosey's posts, and then I forgot. But yeah, I'm curious if she's actually having these back and forth, or if it's just imaginary.
Well, I mean, Sleuthy could just be treating it like anybody who sends her a tweet. I mean, I've sent her one before. She answered, but does she know me? Lord, no. She don't know me, madam.
It was a conversation I had, and she had spoke to some of the media people, and I guess they weren't planning on taking it to the lower court. But that.
So Sleuthy Goosey spoke to some of the media people, but your media yet didn't talk to the media people that you're supposedly a part of? Oh, that's interesting, Betty.
I think a lot of the media, the real media, doesn't talk to her. They don't want nothing to do with her,
Right.
in my opinion. They know she's a joke.
Oh, True Crime Dime says Sleuthy knows all about BHB. I've seen her talking about her and Queen Bee's chat. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that. Good to know.
Interesting. Thank you, True Crime Dime.
That's changed. And I couldn't understand when I heard that why would the collective Associated Press not want to go into the lower court, especially with such a favorable opinion from the Supreme Court. So we also see this motion to intervene. So now the Associated Press has officially intervened into the case of Ryan Koberger, the state of Idaho versus Brian Koberger in the murder charges of the 4 University of Idaho students that were slain, that law enforcement believes he is responsible for. So with all this stuff going on, all of a sudden, all of these requests, these public record requests that we've had out there for some time is now starting to be fulfilled.
And I don't agree with that statement. I mean, maybe based on what Ashley Banfield said, they're getting, like, they got some of the stuff through FOIA requests. But like I had said before, a lot of this stuff was already on the court website. So I'm not sure what public records requests Betty's talking about, but I don't agree with her that a lot of them that people have are being fulfilled.
Read Bobby's comment. Very good point.
Which one?
Bobby.
Oh, here's the thing. Betty likes to add extra word when explaining things. The extra word is very relevant, and until she's called out, people believe her. Listen to her words carefully. Interesting. Wise Angel says she'd better not diss the judge in the Letitia Stotch case, as he will swing by that bouffant. As she will swing by the bouffant. Yeah, I agree. She needs to swing by it. Like, she needs to be knocked down a few pegs.
Tammy Lou had some encounters with Miss Betty, looks like.
Oh, yeah, someone should cover her court appearances for not paying her debts. And she does go to court the end of this month. I don't remember the date, but
23rd.
we have some people that frequent this chat. Yeah, Beer Can lives somewhat close. He could
he could swing by there on the 23rd if he's not working that day.
Some reporting for us.
Yeah.
Yes, someone please cover Betty's credit card case. Oh, Tammy Lou says I plan on going. Awesome, Tammy Lou.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Let us know what you find out.
So she's leaving. I don't know if she said she's leaving this week, or I don't remember when exactly she said she's leaving for those 5 days.
Yeah, she's going to be gone from the 10th through the 15th.
Oh, 10th to the 15th. Okay.
Yeah. That's what she said yesterday.
Yeah, agreed. Give her a taste of her own medicine. Somebody needs to heckle outside the courtroom. When are you going to pay your credit card bills?
We want video.
How does it feel? How does it feel, Andra? How does it feel?
Whoever goes better make video.
I know her court date is at the end of May.
The 23rd.
Oh, 23rd. Thank you. True Crime Dime was asking. So May 23rd.
Yep. At 9 o'clock, she has to be in the courtroom for final hearing because she turned down mediation.
Yep. And that was, I think, a dumb idea because they probably would have made a really good deal with her.
Well, I mean, she keeps on with this crap that it's her ex-husband. I'm sorry, that would have got settled during the divorce. Her name is the only name on the credit card bill, in the documents. She's the only one getting sued. Just quit, Betty, and just pay it.
So Beer Can says you're not allowed in her court proceedings, only Andra and the lawyers.
Oh, crap. Oh,
yeah,
there's Beer Can.
I said boo. Tell me who's live streaming outside her court case, and I'll send cash apps all day, Spivey says.
Well, you won't be able to find out anything, though.
Yeah, but you could still live stream and have her walking in and walking out and
see what kind of mood she's in when she walks out.
oh boy.
I don't know. It's be interesting. Somebody needs to be there, though.
Yeah, I agree.
All of a sudden, after the Supreme Court.
Oh, you got something else?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, if I lived closer, I'd go, but Florida's too far away from me.
They realize they cannot block us out, and they cannot stop the media from collecting news. It's against the law. It's against the law. The law of the United States. It is against the law to prevent media from collecting and gathering news information. It's against the law. So the only person violating the law here are the attorneys and judge in the matter of Bryan Kohberger.
Yep. So now she's doubling down. She blamed them on an earlier live this week. Not only is it Judge Marshall, but it's also the prosecution and the defense who are also to blame for violating the Constitution.
She's mad because she can't get this.
Yep.
The state of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. Now, I do believe Megan Marshall she's got no choice. She's got to do the right thing. She's got to make the non-dissemination order as prescribed by law. She is really reaching in this order. She's really including people that she has literally no authority to control, and she's trying to control with a gadget. Somebody that doesn't even live in the state. Good morning, old Rusty Kettle Ranch. It's nice to see you here this morning. So I really do believe that we're going to start getting some information finally on the Bryan Kohberger case. So I hope whatever they were trying to do is already completed, because their request to kick everybody out of this case is falling on deaf ears, and clearly the Associated Press has the support of the Supreme Court. So Megan Marshall, it's time for you to do the right thing, which we here on the Bullhorn Betty channel have been telling you that you needed to do many, many months ago, and you chose to continuously violate the law and violate people's constitutional rights. And I've even said so much as I think that this case is way over Judge Marshall's head. Many of you.
Oh, so this is where she started getting me really mad. So I tried to find, and if anybody out there is able to find I think it's called like a curriculum vitae something, like with a resume, but it's like more souped up. I tried to find different cases that Judge Marshall has done, or just a background about her, and the Idaho court or the Moscow court website was like, it wasn't working when I went there. I wanted to see what she's had as a background. I know she's a fairly new judge. She was just elected a few years back. But for Betty to say this about a judge is just wrong.
She has zero respect for anybody. None.
No. And yeah,
no respect for the police, no respect for attorneys, no respect for judges.
Yeah, and this is not the first time that she has bashed Judge Marshall.
You guys that have been on this channel, that have been with me from the beginning of this case, I don't mince my words. And we have good batting averages over here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Okay. And not only that, but we understand the law, we break it down, and we explain it to our audience. And time and time again, every time we see these things come out, we find out the information that I was providing months prior to was the true, accurate, and correct.
Okay, everything she just said in that statement is horse poo-poo. She spreads misinformation, her batting average sucks, and whatever else she said is all correct.
Yeah, she has not been correct on anything that's been said.
Nope.
You're only correct when the correct information comes out and you read it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she backtracks and then tries. Well, I said this early on. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
And a good breakdown of what.
Oh, go ahead.
I just can't believe people still sit idiot. Boggles my mind.
Yep, and people believe her, and that's the scary thing.
I know. I don't get it.
Yes,
it.
we were talking about that, Ange Carter. Ange Carter says, remember when she said that the other dude was the suspect in the Idaho 4? Yep. Oh, there. Thank you, Sinner. Curriculum, is it vitae? I don't know. It's Latin. I don't speak Latin. Right. Short written summary of a person's career qualification. Yes, that's what I was. Oh, you didn't know that word. Thank you. But thank you for putting it there. Yes. And I only know because a lot of my friends in college went on to get doctorates, and so they have that as like, like we just have basic resumes, like boring, and they have like all of their accolades and like their research and any, articles or books they've written. Like it's like souped up resume. So yes, thank you for looking that up. I just don't know how to pronounce the second word.
Yeah, Sinner. He's on it today.
He's learning new words. See that? Oh, True Crime Dime. Just now got a Vine link for Koberger. New court date is on 5/22 at 10 a.m., then another 5/25 at 10 a.m. And I believe the 5/25 was the Gonzalez motion. So that's good information.
I know. I've got Vine link. I'll check it and make us a screenshot.
Something new has been scheduled. Interesting. Well, I guess Betty's not going to be able to go for the 5/22 one because she's got to be at court the next day at 9 a.m.
Aw, poor baby.
I know. Well, thank you, True Crime Dime. Appreciate it.
We were going to be expecting. The one thing we didn't take into consideration is the jurisdiction, because I myself also considered this matter an urgent matter. And so, there is prescription for them to sidestep the smaller court, the lower court, and go straight to the Supreme Court. But those elements did not apply to this case. And had they applied to this case, they would have the Supreme Court would have ruled, and it wouldn't have been a great ruling to Meghan Marshall. So Judge Marshall. So I think that they did this out of respect for Meghan Marshall, saying, hey, they technically could have. It really was a subjective in nature as to what the urgency aspect of this. So at this point, I think that they're doing the right thing.
I know, again, and I think you're right, Bash. I think I can just use this live and clip all the throat clearings, and I'll be good to go. I won't even have to go to a different live.
Oh my gosh, unreal.
Oh yes, so a lot of people are learning words. Perfect. Yes, so a CV. Yep. Same as a resume, just a little bit more in depth. Yeah.
I think Meghan Marshall realizes that she's been doing it wrong, and I do think they're going to do it. So part of that is this new video that's surfacing that we've all asked for during public records. I still haven't got my copy, so I'm going to steal a copy from somebody else, and I'm going to claim.
Oh, good. At least you're admitting you're stealing it, and the universe gets her back for stealing it, because this is a really funny part of the live where nothing goes her way and she gets really frustrated.
Claim it as fair use, but to be honest with you, it's public record, and they can't really nobody can really put a claim on public record. You can't have a privacy or a copyright complaint on a body cam footage from you just can't, right? It's public record. You have no copyright. You have no authority to claim a copyright on public record. So with that analogy, we're going to go ahead. We're on Fox News. I want you guys to see it. We're probably going to have a commercial in this. I'm not sure how they.
Oh, you just said the word analogy. Interesting, Betty.
Do it, but I did want you guys to see it. So here you go. Don't let me down again. Okay, here we go.
Hello, I am Officer Langus. Stops being audio and video recorded. Again, I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Oh, and guys, I just want to let you know that we will be, this is going to be the first round of watching this. We're going to break it. We're going to listen to it first, and then we're going to start it over again and start breaking some stuff down that I found very interesting. Just me personally. You may find it interesting too. It may have already been brought up. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I was behind you the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you're on the red light. So that's the reason I stopped you. Do you have your license on you? Do you have the registration and insurance?
Have you seen this already,
You what?
Amy?
I have. Yep. I actually saw it. The docket posted it on Thursday night, I believe.
Did you see anything off about it? His behavior?
Um,
I didn't.
personally,
Even-
no. I know a lot of people had comments based on certain things that I might talk about because Betty also talks about it. Like the only thing I can somewhat agree with is that the questioning did seem like it was a lot, but then again, I don't see anything wrong with this. When I went to school, I went to grad school at Wichita State University in Wichita, Kansas. And in New York, we can pull through like a parking spot. Like we don't have to park, with our back end license plate showing. However, in Kansas, they don't have front license plates. So I had been driving through my parking spots and I didn't get a ticket, but I was informed you cannot pull through a parking spot because your license plate must be visible if police drive on the outside of the row. So I didn't know that. I don't look up traffic laws where I go. I just kind of learn as I go. So I learned that. So I can go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have front license plates either, just the one on the back.
Yep. So, I mean, I can see I can understand where this was from, but then some of the things she says, like, just really piss me off.
Who, Betty or the cop?
Oh, no, Betty.
Oh, okay.
No, the cop was very nice and very, like, she informative, like, just, I think it personally, in my opinion, it was a slow ticket day because the number of people who drive through a green light in order to wait to turn is, I mean, it happens all the time in New York. We have people who pull through the light and then end up in the actual other lane of traffic because there's not room for them to actually turn all the way.
Wow.
So I mean, I can see that it was against the law, but I mean, people do this every day. I don't really see it as a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, if he was out of state, I don't know how soon this was after he went to Washington that this happened. But, I mean, she didn't give him a ticket, I don't think. Did she? She just gave him a warning or whatever.
I think it was just a warning. It's hard to say because I skipped through this, but I know some video, some people only had like the first part of this video, or they like just cut out the middle where she was in the, I think she just ran his plates, ran his license, and then she just kind of, it was like a warning. So I don't think it was an actual ticket.
I don't think it was a ticket. No. She gave him information on looking up traffic laws in Washington since he's an out-of-stater.
Right.
I just didn't see anything crazy about this video at all.
Yeah, definitely a dumb pullover. But then again, I feel like it was probably, well, it's October. Well, it's the middle of the month. So it's not like they needed to meet a quota. Usually towards the end of the month is where they start doing all these, crazy amount of stops because they need to meet a quota or whatever. But I mean, maybe it was just she saw it and she's like, oh, this dude has outside plates. I'm going to pull him over, let him know what's going on so that he doesn't get a ticket in the future. So yeah. Yeah, just wait, True Crime Dime. Wait until she's about, we'll see.
I'm just gonna get this out for you. So would you explain that to me a little bit further? So in Pennsylvania, when you're stuck in the intersection, you have to make a left. So what would the appropriate thing for me to have done?
Not
just
You're
back
not
up in that
supposed to
situation?
block an intersection like that in Washington. So just by you blocking the intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation. And then then you're running a red light. So it's another ticketable offense. So you're not supposed to proceed into the intersection until you can go. Because a lot of people do what you just did, right? Is like you're sitting in the intersection waiting, and then turns, then you're blocking. So
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion with speeding because someone had stopped. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and then they put on.
This is in
their
Washington,
left
not
turn. So I thought that
Moscow.
maybe they were letting me go through.
oh
Did you see that?
no.
I feel like right before I made the turn, there was someone who made a right. They didn't have their signal on, so I wasn't sure if they were just waiting.
Yeah. So I would just advise, just don't enter the intersection until you can go, so you don't get stuck. Let's see.
But in that situation, the best thing to do then would be back up. Not.
I don't know if there's a best thing to do in that situation because you're either going to back up into somebody or you're going to run a red light. So, or you're going to be sitting in an intersection. There's not really a great option there.
Yeah, I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few.
Right, and I'm just gonna stop it here because on some other videos that I watch, other commentaries, Koberger states that in Pennsylvania, where he's from, there aren't a lot of crosswalks. And some people are like, so there are no crosswalks in Pennsylvania? Like, well, no, there are crosswalks, but when you live in the country, you don't even have double lines most of the time. You don't have stop lines. You don't have street lights. I remember when where I grew up, there was this huge hill that we would have to drive up to get to my parents' house, and there were no double lines at all. And then one day, maybe 30 years later, there's double lines on this hill. And I'm like, what? Double lines? So yeah, I don't think it's that odd that he asked this question. Others thought it was odd, like he was trying to say that they didn't have crosswalks in Pennsylvania. I think it was just,
we don't have a lot of them here either. The road I live on doesn't have the double lines. Don't have any lines.
Watch his head tilt. Where his vision. Okay, so that's what Betty was commenting on, and I actually talked back to her and said I didn't believe, but I do need to look at that as well, where his eyes are going. Yeah,
well,
Poconos are the
I got pulled over not long ago. I had expired tags and I didn't realize it, but I was actually sitting in the car with the door open, and I was looking in my rearview mirror back at the cop to see when she was going to be coming back, seeing what all she was doing. Just out of curiosity, there was nothing else to do, so I really didn't think too much of this.
Yeah.
I mean, what else are you going to do? You sit there and watch what the cop's doing. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Everybody's got a different opinion on that. But
yeah.
I just didn't think it was that big a deal.
Well, and I think it's, in Betty's case, I think it's trying to make fetch happen. She's trying to elude things for them to be true. Yeah.
There's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
Yeah. So I know laws vary state to state, but there is a law in Washington for blocking an intersection like that, proceeding through when you don't when you're just stalling. I forget the actual verbiage. I can find it for you, but it's like stalling, blocking an intersection.
Okay. I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh no, yeah, I can find it for you. Yeah. 1 second. That looks good on a Hyundai. I don't see Pennsylvania registration like at all. Okay, let's see. Expires November 22nd or 2022. Okay. And
yeah, one of those essentially.
Yeah. Okay, that looks good. I'll hand that back to you. I'm just gonna go check your info. I'll try to find that RCW, the law for you, and I'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I found it. So I don't know what in Pennsylvania where you go to find laws, but in Washington it's called the Revised Code of Washington. So I'll try to turn my brightness up, but it's basically it's just called an RCW. So it's RCW .202. So it's no driver shall enter an intersection unless there is significant space on the other side of the intersection. To accommodate the vehicle he is operating without obstructing the passage of other vehicles, despite any traffic control signal indications to proceed. So you had a green light, thinking you can go, but you're blocking the intersection. So that's if you're ever curious in any laws in Washington, just revised code of Washington. So I'm not writing a ticket or anything like that today. I understand you're from Pennsylvania, but in the future, don't proceed through the intersection. You can't get stopped for that alone unless you can clearly just clear it right away.
Okay.
So
So then basically, I understand.
you're just supposed to wait behind the white line. Drivers do it all the time. But
it never even occurred to me that that was actually something wrong that
Yeah.
well, except for the fact that I was blocking the crosswalk, which is
Yeah.
what I went through.
and states vary a lot from laws. Like Pennsylvania might not even have that law, but in Washington we do.
I'm actually just from a very rural area, so we just don't have crosswalks.
Oh.
Unless I visit an area where there are
Gotcha.
crosswalks, and then it's not very frequent.
Yeah.
I do apologize if I was asking you too many questions about the law. I wasn't trying to
No, not at all. Like I understand you're not from here, so if you don't, a lot of people don't know a bunch of laws. Like I only know it because this is what I do. But yeah, if you're ever curious on any more laws, just RCW, and they can be hard to read because it's in like legal language. But hope that helps.
Definitely.
Yeah, have a good day.
Definitely you too.
Thanks.
You're muted, Betty.
So there's the traffic stop of Brian Koberger. Now we heard. Now this definitely wasn't Moscow, because you heard her referring to Washington law. You didn't hear her say anything about the state of Idaho. So this is not the infamous he was pulled over in Moscow body cam footage, because that appears to be a Washington state police, Pullman police, Washington state trooper. I don't know who that was, where that came from, but it says Brian Koberger has been seen pushing back at a Washington State University police officer after an October, so a Wazoo police officer. And after an October traffic stop, a newly released body cam video made public. Again, now that the Supreme Court has provided their opinion. Again, their opinion, for those that are just tuning in to the Bullhorn Betty channel, the opinion from the Supreme Court, although they denied ruling in the favor of the Collective Associated Press, it was a very damaging opinion for Judge Marshall, because they basically said that the Associated Press definitely had standing to bring that lawsuit to them. They're just saying that the steps in which they brought it to the Supreme Court missed a few steps, and they need to go back to the lower court and ask them to modify the non-dissemination order prior to the Supreme Court getting it, because the Supreme Court, yes, you can usually jump over a few steps in an urgent matter, but they're saying this is not urgent in nature, that they have plenty of time to get before the lower court and argue their position.
And mind you, this article that she's reading from is from Fox News. So take it for what you will. But Fox News is, in my experience, known to be a little extravagant with their reporting.
Didn't Fox News put out some misinformation in Holly Rodney about Jagger?
I
Are they
feel
the
like
ones that
they
done that?
did. That would be, I'd have to look back, but
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
been a
like
while
it
back,
was.
but
Position. But since it was already in the Supreme Court, and even though the justice denied the order due to jurisdiction, a technicality, a procedural issue, if you will, they did specify in the opinion that yes, this order is a violation of the First Amendment if all the allegations are true, which we know all the allegations that were presented there were true. So they're saying that, if these allegations are true, which we all know they are, then yes, it's a violation. So there's no wiggle room there for Judge Marshall, and they even further stated that even the amended non-dissemination order is vague and overbroad, and actually put examples of why it's vague and overbroad in the Supreme Court opinion. So yes, there are major issues with Megan Marshall and these non-dissemination orders. They further stated that the non-dissemination order by default is a violation of the Constitution if they don't try other means prior to exercising that non-dissemination order. They cannot just blanketly say there's a possibility of a breach of fair trial, an Amendment 6 issue. They can't allege an Amendment 6 issue that has not happened yet. It's clear in the law of Idaho, in the case law, that they cannot set this non-dissemination order in an effort to prevent something that has not happened yet. So in order for them
they're trying to prevent Koberger not getting a fair trial, Betty. That's, at least in my opinion. Like, do I want to know what happened? Absolutely. Am I willing to sacrifice justice happening because I want my needs to be met? Absolutely not.
See, that's the difference between you and her. She doesn't care whether it's fair to the victims or Koberger or anybody else. It's what she wants to know when she wants to know it. And if you don't abide by her wishes, then she'll trash you.
Mm.
That's her MO.
Kara, I thought I said the same thing. I said she said she had the whore liner on. Yeah.
You know, she knows so much about the Constitution and your rights under the amendment and all this stuff. Why didn't she go to law school and actually get her degree, take the bar exam, and be a lawyer for the constitutional rights of people?
Right.
She seems to know so much about it already. She would have breezed through all that. School, bar exam. She'd have just breezed right through it.
Yep. Because she's clearly knows it all already, so she should
She could be making good money as a lawyer instead of sitting here begging for money to go on a bogus ass trip.
Yep.
That's just a vacation or a Trump rally.
Right.
I bet that's where she's going. Somebody put in chat the other day about an upcoming Trump rally somewhere. Was it Ohio? I don't remember. But it's coming up soon. I wonder if that's where she's going, really and truly.
And then
is another Trump rally.
And there's some cases there that she can poke her nose into.
I think it was in our chat, actually. One of our chats that we had. Seems like it was Ohio. Does anybody in chat know of an upcoming rally that's going to be held the 10th through the 15th?
Beer Can Island. Saturday, May 13th, 2023. Rally. Make America Great Again rally. Des Moines, Iowa.
Oh, Iowa. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, she looks for cases around Trump rallies to say that's where she's going to that location. Exactly.
Right.
She's a big fat liar.
And how many times has she said, you know, I've got video from this and video from that? Did we ever see a video of her handing out flyers or talking to anybody in D.C. about, I'm there for the children? Did we ever see anything to prove that she went there for the kids? No.
Nope.
Never
sure didn't. She just showed those stupid flyers in her.
And I bet they were all in the trash can now. She didn't hand out any of those. God, she's such a fake.
Yep.
For them to put this non-dissemination order, they have to do other things, which they never did. They haven't tried anything else. And they even identified as jury sequestration as part of that, you know, change of venue. They listed a litany of other remedies at law to make sure that the defendant has a fair trial. This idea that just because a judge wants to have the trial done in their county and be the judge presiding over it doesn't give them the right to violate other people's law in an effort to do that. And not only that, but 90% of all jury trials in high profile cases, the venue is moved automatically because of the notoriety of the case. So doing these things to hinder the public and hinder the press are just violations of law. So let's go through this. We're gonna have to probably watch the video again or the commercial again, but let's watch this.
My name is Moxie. I'm a new robot. What is your name? I'm Rod.
Okay. So I'm going to pause it here, and then I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Oh, thanks, Miss Margaret. God bless you. You're such a doll. You're such a doll. Let me get this on it won't let me expand it just yet until I start getting started. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to watch this stop again, and I'm going to stop this, and we're going to talk about certain key aspects of what he's doing or what he's saying or how I'm interpreting renewing my membership. Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate it, Miss Margaret. We know you're not new here. Not new there. God bless you. God bless you.
Isn't Miss Margaret the one that won the T-shirt?
Yes, I believe so. I believe that's the same Margaret. I don't think there's many Margarets in her chat, but yeah, I think that's the one that won that dumb T-shirt.
Yeah, so now she's a member of the Kool-Aid. Lovely.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and play it, and then we're going to pause it during certain stuff, certain moments.
I am Officer Langus. Stops being audio and video recorded. Again, I think you know why I stopped you. You were in the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so
I was behind you the whole time.
Okay, so now he's going to this negotiation. For whatever reason, many people believe that if they're out in the intersection, and here in Florida, it's kind of like that. If you're out, you're not supposed to be out in the intersection. But if you are out in the intersection and the light turns red, they don't ding you for proceeding with that turn. But you're not even really supposed to be entering.
Budget projections, we're way off this year.
Are we this bad at budgeting?
Or do our employees not know?
Skip the
Yeah,
ad.
so
Hold on, let me go back. Sorry, guys. It's giving me some problems here, so just bear with me. There we go. We will have to watch a commercial and get it. It's thinking. Give it just a second. There it goes. We're going to have to watch this, but what we're going to do is we're going to stop it. We're going to listen to what they have to say, but now you're going to hear him. I've got to replay it, so that means we got to watch another commercial. I apologize about that. Either way, for this particular clip here, there's a lot of things going on here. And the first thing we do is hear him trying to negotiate with this law enforcement agent while I was out in there, acting stupid. First and foremost, no matter where you are, whether or not it's a ticketable offense or not, or a warning, even in my county, you're not supposed to enter. You're not supposed to block the box. We have laws here. Don't block the box. And so the box is at an intersection. You don't pull out into the intersection until you clearly have.
So now she's an expert on traffic laws.
Well, I was just getting ready to say, I don't think he's trying to negotiate anything. I think he's trying to explain to her what happened.
Right. And I've done that. I've only had 2 tickets in my life. Thank goodness, knock on wood. But the last one I got, I was passing someone on a dash line, country road. And as soon as I pass the person, I see this New York State trooper coming towards me. Look in my rear view. I see her making a U-turn. I was like, oh, crap. So she comes up and she goes, do you know why I pulled you over? And I said, well, did I pass on a double line? I thought it was a dash line. She goes, no, you were going 72 in a 55. And I was like, oh, well, I know you probably shouldn't speed, but I was actually naive. I thought I could speed up a little bit in order to pass someone going below the speed limit. I asked questions because I didn't know. And I've lived in New York almost my entire life. So I don't think it's a negotiation. I think if he does have he's awkward. We all can agree with that. He's socially awkward. Sometimes awkwardness comes across as being defiant, rude, or, as Betty says, wanting to negotiate.
I don't see it.
No. I don't
well,
either.
No, I've been following people before, and we're going through the lot, and the next thing you know, you're sitting there because all these people in front of you bow up and stop. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Go around them, rear end them? Sometimes you just get stuck.
Yeah.
Through no fault of your own, except following the flow of traffic, and then traffic stops. So,
and how do we know he didn't have drugs in the car? Maybe he had marijuana, or he had, he was an addict in the past. Who knows? Maybe he had other illicit drugs or paraphernalia in his car. I mean, I freak out when I get pulled over because I'm like, I don't want to pay the money for it. And I honestly didn't think I was doing anything wrong.
Well, yesterday I was coming home from the store and a cop got behind me, and I hadn't done anything wrong. My tags are up to date, and I still freak out every time one gets behind me. I keep looking to see if that blue light's going to come on. Knowing I didn't do anything wrong, I don't know why I get so nervous.
Yeah. But now Betty is, you know, the traffic,
Oh,
the
she's
traffic
expert
law.
on everything.
Yep.
A path to make your full turn. You don't get up there so you can be the one that makes the turn on the yellow light. It's basically what they're saying. So let's just keep going and we'll listen to this. It's going to be another commercial and I apologize. It's just the way they did it.
Nope, more laws. Just RCW and it's being audio and video recorded. Again, I think you know why I stopped you. You were in the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
So
I was
forced
behind
to
you the
go
whole
left.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so now listening to that again, right? Because she said you ran the red light. When I think of running a red light, it's when the light is red or it's going to be red and I fly through it, not waiting to turn. Like, I wouldn't think that would be running a red light because I'm waiting to turn as it turns red. So that actually makes sense, actually more sense to me now that I heard it a second time. Exactly. A lot of people have panic attacks, like they have something in their car. It's just, you know, it's just human nature to freak out when you get pulled over, at least in my opinion. Yeah, so I don't think it's as big of a deal as some creators, especially this lady, make it out to be, as we'll see going forward.
I agree with you.
technically, you're not supposed to enter the
Why
intersection
was he paying
at
attention
all
to the law
for that
enforcement
reason.
behind him?
Because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you're on the red light. So that's the reason I stopped you.
There's
Your
the
license on
vape.
you.
Betty, I thought you were going to try to quit. You had that thing in your hand all the time.
And if you notice with his eyes, his eyes always look buggy.
Oh my God, Betty.
Yep, his eyes always look buggy. Probably because he's nervous, or maybe he is on some kind of medication.
I still don't see that he did anything wrong. While she was talking to him, he was looking at her. Duh.
Yeah, and it's the angle.
Where else
like,
is he going to be looking?
Yeah, and she was behind him, so the way that you have to look, like your eyes would look buggy because you're looking like out the side of your eye.
Yeah. Man, she just tries to find stuff wrong with everything and put conjecture into it that doesn't need to be there.
No, beer can.
What's beer can up to
Beer
now?
can says, I got a careless driving for swerving to miss a squirrel crossing the road. Turns out it was a big dead leaf blowing across the street. I now have a bumper sticker, break for dead leaves. Oh my gosh. He did lie about there not being cross. Well, that's not what he said, Hope. So initially he had said, you know, there's not crosswalks in Pennsylvania. And then he said, where I'm from, it's really rural and we don't have crosswalks. And I agree with that. I do have a crosswalk because we have a school. I think we have 2 crosswalks.
Yeah, we don't.
But in the country, there's no crosswalks. There's not even stop lines. There's not double lines. There aren't dash lines. It is just a gravel road or not concrete. What am I talking about? Asphalt road with nothing on it.
Right. We got a lot of that up here.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, if he has JLR eyes, Betty's friends with JLR, so she shouldn't be commenting on his eyes. Right? I mean, she loves JLR.
Good point.
Do you have the registration and insurance?
We just get this figured out.
You what?
I'm just gonna get this out for you.
Okay.
So would you explain that to me a little bit further? So in Pennsylvania, when you're stuck in the intersection, you have to make a left. So what would the appropriate thing for me?
Not get in the intersection,
Yeah,
asshole.
just-
Sorry, guys.
You're
Sorry.
not
Betty, why are you swearing now? Again, now she's just being rude.
supposed to block an intersection like that in Washington.
it's
So
okey-dokey.
just by you blocking the intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation. And then then you're running a red light. So it's another ticketable offense. So you're not supposed to proceed into the intersection until you can go. Because a lot of people do what you just did, right? Is like you're sitting in the intersection waiting, and then turns, then you're blocking. So
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion.
Look at his
with
eyes.
speeding because someone had stopped. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and then they put on their light to turn. So I thought that maybe they were letting me go through.
Oh, and so now he's trying to explain what he thought somebody else was doing. And then he goes on to tattling about somebody else making a right-hand turn without their license, as if, why did you choose me and not them? Oh, I hate
Oh
this.
God, Betty,
You know what?
shut
I'm
up.
done with Fox. Give me just a second.
Yeah, so this it keeps going to different articles, and so when I was doing the timestamps for this, I was like, what is she talking about? Budweiser or whatever that other article was, and then I see this and I was like, how come she's talking about a shark? Then as I went back, I was like, oh, because the computer's being defiant with her, so she now has to go to a different site because she can't operate the computer.
Yet she wants a $4,000 camera.
Mm-hmm.
I
Gotta
doubt
find
she could
different,
even turn it on.
a different
Yeah.
source for this because I can't stand that thing keep constantly popping up when I pause it and it's starting over again.
Do you love getting high, but smoking hurts your lungs? I've got you covered. You need to try these Delta 9 gummies from Mood.
Yeah, we don't.
I always get my products from Mood.
There we go. We don't subscribe to that. Not on this channel.
No, she just.
So let me
sticks
find
to
the
her
body
realm.
cam.
She's something.
Her best friend's a pothead, right?
Yeah.
But she can't stand a commercial about gummies. Like,
Right.
Betty.
All right, we have a YouTube. Okay, here it is. This is on Law and Crime. We'll watch this one. This one's got to be better. It's not going to keep. I can't stand that. But then they probably do that in an effort to keep people from. Right. Okay, let me put this up here. Now we're already back to him talking to her. There we go. Let's get back to his face.
you're
Back
not
up in the
supposed to
situation.
block an intersection like that in Washington. So just by you blocking the intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation. And then then you're running a red light. So it's another ticketable offense. So you're not supposed to proceed into the intersection until you can go. Because a lot of people do what you just did, right? Is like you're sitting in the intersection waiting, and then turns, then you're blocking. So
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion with speeding because someone had stopped. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and then they put on their light to turn. So I thought that maybe they were letting me go through.
So he's trying to explain what somebody else is doing. That's where we left off before.
oh
Did you see that?
no.
I feel like right before I made the turn, there was someone who made a right. They didn't have their signal on, so I wasn't sure.
So the right-hand turn, I guess he feels that this law enforcement should have went after the right turn person instead of him.
They were just waiting.
Yeah, so I would just advise just don't enter the intersection until you can go so you don't get stuck. Let's see.
But in that situation, the best thing to do then would be back up. Not
He's not listening to this lady. She said 15 times, don't even enter the intersection until you have the ability to make your turn.
I don't know if there's a best thing to do in that situation because you're either going to back up into somebody
Yeah.
or you're going to run a red light. So, or you're going to be sitting in an intersection. There's not really a great option there.
yeah, I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so
He's trying to
Right.
argue that he was
We actually
already
don't have the
proceeding in his turn.
crosswalks.
Oh,
So even if you're
Right. And he was saying he was a little bit in the crosswalk, so he moved forward so that he wasn't in the crosswalk, which Betty trying to justify that he is being shady. I've done this many times. Trying to take a
Well, I
left.
mean, when you get pulled over, how many people will go, "Oh, I'm guilty. Just give me my ticket." They
Yeah.
sit there and try to explain their actions,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Speaking of
Because yeah. Yeah. Professor Kate says, what about the scale in your arrest record, Betty? The one with the illegal residue all over it. I wonder what that was for.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you never back up, but well, you would think, Liza, but I have seen people do that. They'll be in the middle of the intersection and then the light will turn and they will try to back up back behind the line. It does happen. It doesn't happen frequently, but there are some people who do that. Yeah.
If you're kind of slightly, yeah, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few lines, like there's one white line and there's another one.
Mhm.
I think there's like a certain
Yeah.
margin from which you can actually kind of place your vehicle.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah. So I know laws vary state to state, but there is a law.
And he keeps looking down. If you guys, I don't know how bright it is on your end, but see on my other screen that I'm looking at when I turn my head this way, you can see him and like his expressions.
Yeah. So I know laws vary.
He's noticing, look at that right there. That look right there. He's looking right directly at the body cam.
Okay, so now this is where I said to Betty, usually the body cam is not worn on someone's waist or like their stomach area. It's worn on like I think like the lapel area or somewhere in that area. So when she said
maybe the direction he's having to look at her, right past her, maybe light's shining in his eyes and he keeps looking down to keep looking into the sun or the light.
Right. And I don't see him looking right into the body camera right here. It just seems like the angle is off. But she believes that he again is being very shady. He notices the camera, he keeps looking at the camera.
Well, she's the body language expert. We
That's
have to
true.
believe what she says.
Yeah, I agree. Awkward and embarrassed because and there's students. You can see other students sitting right there on like the Cree wall. So I mean, yeah, I mean, Center says Betty seems like the kind of lady who says, "I don't really listen to music," when someone asks what music she likes. Right. Body cam is directly under the officer's chin. Okay, yeah. I knew it was like around the lapel area. Right. So when they look them in the face, they get a clear picture if he was a suspect of something. Exactly. So she clearly didn't, and she has a body cam on her wish list for Amazon. Clearly she didn't watch a video on where you should place them. You don't put them on your waist.
Why does she need a body cam?
No idea.
Is it for one of her spectacular searches, like she did for little JJ? Get out in.
Oh yeah,
in the
maybe
woods
so she doesn't have to manhandle a million phones in her vape and
there you go. That's the reason.
her hot boxes and everything else.
Coffee and a drink and a backpack.
Right.
He knows he's now captured on body cam and he keeps looking at her camera, directly at her camera during this section of the officer communicating with him. He's not looking at her eyes. He's looking at her body cam.
Very state to state, but there is a law in Washington for blocking an intersection like that. Procedure when you don't when you're just stalling. I forget the actual verbiage. I can find it for you, but it's like stalling, blocking an intersection.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh no, yeah, I can find it for you. Yeah.
He's trying to find a way to fight it. TL, it's nice to see you. Hold on just a second. Let me mute this.
He's not trying to fight it, Betty. He's giving an explanation as to what happened.
Right.
And he's new to the area. Different laws.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not defending this creep. Not at all. But I don't see what Betty sees.
Right. Well, she's looking to make him guilty before he was alleged to be guilty. Yeah.
Yep, just like she does in every case, she picks out somebody to be a guilty party.
Yeah. Oh, Betty with the good hair. I was thinking about you yesterday because I think you need to change your name to Betty with the good pink hair or just Betty with the pink hair, because now it's not just good hair, it's good pink hair. I don't know. She did get so the bling vest, she has one, but I think it does have a lot of pockets, but she was complaining during the JJ quote search because the Velcro or something didn't stay
Yeah,
stay
she kept
closed, so
putting
everything was
phones and stuff
falling.
in her pockets, and when she'd bend over, the Velcro would come undone, stuff falling out of her pocket. Now, I
Right.
don't think she's got a new one. But I tell you, one thing that worries me the most about this lady right here is if she does manage to go to any of these court hearings where we are not going to be allowed to see it through WebEx or, whatever other media there might be, she still has those spy pins from when they were here in Tennessee the first time they come with the Summer Wells thing and did the recording of that little girl in church. She will sneak a spy pin in there and get video. I guarantee it.
I wonder if that's how she got the picture of her alleged stalker during her court appearance. She had during one of the lives, I did a clip of it, but I put a big like heart over the lady's face. But she had in one of her videos when she was on that downward spiral rant time frame, she had she talked about being at court because she had her last court date, and she said, yeah, now the haters are sending spies, and she actually showed a picture of the woman sitting in court on a bench and said, I know who you are. And
well, I know in my courts here, when you go in, if you have your cell phone with you, you have to put it in this little tote. And then you pick it up on your way out. They are not allowed in the courtroom. So if she got a picture, it could be the same way that
right,
she
with the pen.
had her spy pen with her. And she will sneak it back into another court hearing. That's one reason why I like people. I've even sent attorneys emails and stuff about this lady, knowing she was going to a court hearing. I said, she's sneaky. She will find a way to do some recording inside that courtroom.
Yep, she sure
There's
will.
that spy pen. She's dirty. And because she wants to be the first person to put out some information, whether it's right or wrong. Doesn't matter to her. She just wants to be the first.
Yep, because she wants that.
Yeah, she's going to do that one day. She's going to put out some information, and she's going to get in some real trouble that she can't get out of.
Betty with the blush bouffant. Love it, Betty with the good hair. Yes, Betty with the blush bouffant.
Sorry about that. Okay, so let me get over here and we'll keep playing it. But one thing I have noticed throughout this is him constantly looking at her body cam footage. I think he looked at her body cam more directly than he actually looked at the officer.
1 second.
No, his eyes are like you can see his eyes up when she's talking.
See Pennsylvania registration like at all? Okay, let's see. Expires November 22nd or 2022. Okay. And
yeah, one of those is
yeah. Okay, that looks good. I'll hand that back to you. I'm just gonna go check your info. I'll try to find that RCW, the law for you, and I'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right.
So now he's got her going through her car, going to her car to pull up a law. So he can be convinced that he did wrong. He drove wrong. I mean, he really believes that she just picked on him. You can see he's acting calm. He's acting professional. He's not getting irate, but you can tell that he's controlling himself. You can see him. To me, I can see his nervousness of him being pulled over, even though he's very calm, cool, and collective. But I notice him looking at that body cam footage, or not the footage, but the camera itself. He looked more directly at that camera than he did at her. So that's, he knows he's on camera at this point.
Can you pause it?
First Brian, Boy, Robert, Young, Adam, Nora, Middle C, Charles, date of birth 112194 in Washington.
She's got her cheap sheet up there to look at the law so she can pull it up for him.
Can you pause it for just a second?
Oh, sure. Yep.
Heather Smith says there are even little cams that look like shirt buttons. I don't know if she has any though, just saying they exist. If anybody can check the regular Bullhorn Betty wish list to see if she has something like that on there. I don't know if she does since she's got the spy pins, but I would definitely like to know if she does or not. I mean, she's sneaky, people.
Well,
Very
and
sneaky.
there was something on her. So when she had, I don't know what it was, but she had shown like where her press pass, there was a picture of with what was on her press pass lanyard, and she had a whole bunch of stuff on there. And I wonder if she doesn't have something on that
would not. I don't know what her spy pin looks like exactly. I don't know if it's a pin you pin to your shirt or an ink pen, or I'm not real sure what they look like. All I know is she got 4 or 5 of them sent to her for their trip to Tennessee. But I'd be curious to see if she's updated her wish list and what kind of spy equipment is actually on it now. If somebody's got access to that wish list. I do, but I can't look at it on the phone.
Actually, let me see. I'll pull it up. I just have to go to her YouTube first. And oops, nope, not the store. I don't want to go to the store. I want to go to About.
Okay,
Wish
True Crime
list.
Dime says they look like ink pens. That's what I was kind of thinking is what she had in Tennessee, but
Oh, she
wasn't
added something
exactly.
new to her wish list. What is this?
What is it?
Matrox Monarch HD simultaneous live streaming and recording. $945.
That's for her searches out in the woods, I guess. She can stream it better than she can from the phone. I don't know.
Okay, so this is, oh no, that's a digital audio recorder. There's the really expensive camcorder. Oh, here's the here's her police body cameras that she wants.
What's that necklace thing right next to that?
Oh.
What is that?
Oh, covert video necklace camera.
There you go.
Yep.
Interesting.
$300.
Wear a necklace. Yeah, wear a necklace into the court. Nobody's going to think anything about it. I told you this lady.
And it has a cross on it, so they're going to think it's probably,
it looks like a legitimate piece of jewelry.
Yeah. Let's go take a look. $300.
Jeez.
Works with DVR. Changeable pendant. Oh.
Wow.
So the camera must be interesting. Huh.
That's something new she's added. I've never seen that on there before.
Nope. But there we go.
She's getting ready to hit some courts and do some illegal recording.
Yeah, she's trying to do some shady stuff for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if we'll just go quick through and see if there's anything else shady. I think everything else is the same. Oh, wait.
That's pretty bad when you have to ask for a package.
Oh, her dash cam. A drone. All right, Betty.
She can't operate none of that stuff.
Yep. So, she's got a spy necklace on her
good to know.
Her wish list. All right.
Well, whoever calls the court wherever she's going can warn them that she's got 2 different kinds of spy pins.
Yep. Oh, yeah, there's like 2 or 3 pairs of boots on there that she wants.
Oh, yeah, she needs them for her fantastic searches.
Yeah, exactly. She thinks she's $8.99.
Crazy.
Oops. All right, I'm going to just scoot up a little bit from there.
Crosswalks.
Oh.
Unless I visit an area where there are crosswalks, and then it's not. I do apologize if I was asking you too many questions about the law. I wasn't trying to
No, not at all. Like, I understand you're not from here, so if you don't, a lot of people don't know a bunch of laws. Like, I only know it because this is what I do. But yeah, if you're ever curious on any more laws, just RCW, and they can be hard to read because it's in like legal language. But hope that helps.
Definitely.
Yeah, have a good day.
All right, so there you have it, folks. There it is. This is the pool over at Wazoo. This is not the one in Moscow. So it sounds like he had some driving issues. I mean, he wasn't there very long. We don't hear about a whole lot of driving problems from Pennsylvania, probably because he's from a rural area. And it comes back to Dana Smithers.
Oh, Dana Smithers. So I knew her first name was, I thought it was Dana Withers. It's Dana Smithers. So this is where she's now doubling down on the fact that Koberger is probably responsible for this woman's disappearance and ultimate demise.
At May, she disappeared in May, right before he left to go to Wazoo, and they found her and they have confirmed her identity. But again, we don't know how she died yet. So unless that information, I haven't checked on Dana Smithers in a while, but it is possible. It was in his area, and it was right before he left for Wazoo. So this could probably be one of the closest we're going to get to potentially, Brian doing something prior to him going to Wazoo. But there's no confirmation, no concrete evidence that she was even murdered. Okay. So
right, but you are still alluding to the fact that she was by Brian
and that
Koberger.
he did, and that he did it.
Yes. So
I do want to say that there is, looking at Brian Koberger's timeline, and I think I've got it up right here.
So Hope, her remains were found. She had been missing since past May, so almost a year. They found her remains, I believe it was like late April-ish. I don't remember exactly, but it wasn't too long ago. So her remains were
last week of April.
Oh, it was last week of April. So her remains were most likely skeletal at best. Yes.
Here. Let me see if I can share this screen. Well, I'll just read it. It'll be easier for me to read it. So it says, now Dana disappeared on, I think it was May 22nd or May 23rd. And here it is, May 21st, Brian Koberger graduates from DeSales University. And Brian Koberger opens his cell phone on 6/23. So within a month, like literally a day after he graduates, a day or two after he graduates, this Dana Smithers disappears from his area. And within a month, he's back at Washington State.
So now she's coming up with, he graduated on the 21st. He then decided, I'm going to kidnap and unalive this woman a day or two after his graduation, so that he has about a month until he goes to Washington State University. Makes sense, Betty. Not really, but
university and starting his. So there is the timeline does support that Brian was in the area at the time Dana Smithers did disappear. But other than that, that's really all at this point. It does support. It doesn't support anything really else other than that. There's also, as you guys saw, so this one.
And notice she didn't read the article, because that way she doesn't have to give any more details. So what I'm going to do really quick, because this is, I believe, this one that I had talked about prior. So this was May 1st. Okay, so it was, her remains were found. Oh, wow. It was the beginning of this week. Like I said, this week seemed like it was 10 days long. And so this was May 1st.
I think her body was found April 27th.
Okay. So they might have just, oh yeah, April 27th. There we go. Okay. So yes. So this was Stroudsburg, Monroe County. I'm not exactly sure where Koberger was from, without looking it up again, but human remains were found in a wooded area and they have been identified as Dana Smithers, who was reported missing last year in Monroe County. According to the area regional police department, an autopsy was conducted on the remains discovered near Park Avenue, Interstate 80 on-ramp on April 27th. A portion of the remains was examined and positively identified as missing woman Dana Christine Smithers from Stroudsburg. Police say the incident remains an active investigation. Anyone with information on this missing person investigation is asked to contact detective. So yes, Dana Smithers, if you're more interested, a Google search will bring you to actually quite a few. Oh, and look at that. Unbelievable. So I didn't even notice this before, but what is the first search that comes up under people also search for? Dana Smithers, Brian Koberger. Unbelievable. So yes, if you're interested, there are many articles out there that you can look at. Poconos is Stroudsburg. Gotcha. Thank you. Poconos. Yes. It's about a 4.5-hour drive from the Poconos to the big Trump rally in New Hampshire on the 10th. Oh, so New Hampshire is having one on the 10th. Interesting.
It's this one here. Is it this one here? No, hold on. There's a couple of them. Here it is. This is the one right here. This is the one I want to show you. So we know that there was a lot of warrants that were executed, a lot of subpoenas that went out to Google, went out to Yik Yak, went out to all these different places to, even their cell phone carriers for all the victims in the matter. And then when they came and became aware of Brian Koberger, they started executing search warrants and subpoenas for Brian Koberger. Some of the stuff that they found, in our intro, in the intro for the Gonzalez, and I'll play that for you guys right now. Many of you have seen it. But
we're skipping this
I'll
part.
play for you guys real quick here.
She, if you're interested, I've already watched it once. She posts a video of her research and boots on the ground in Idaho. So if you want to watch it, you can. I'm not going to watch it again. But she does show the video again for the second day in a row to her audience, for some reason.
For that case, because we will be there and it's going to be a very long trial. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to set that up yet. I don't know if I'm going to see if somebody else can come with me so we can have somebody stationed outside and somebody stationed inside. I'm not quite sure how the logistics are going to be for that whole trip. We don't have to worry about it now. We can worry about it when we start gearing up for trial. So why did I show you that video again, right? It's because it's going right into our next our next issue here. So here is our next issue related to this, okay? This is the problem that we're having here, is that there was a lot of executed warrants, including the one to that property that we had for his. Let me see if I can try to find it on here. Give me just a second.
So again, here she is. She uses Twitter as her research. She didn't go look for this herself. Bash actually found it in not too long of time, sent me the file, and I downloaded it and read it this morning. So Betty just has to use Twitter. Her sources are Twitter at this point in time. It's all about Twitter. So with this, I'm actually going to move to a different part of her video. She continues talking about all of the new documents that have come out in regards to Koberger. And honestly, I don't really care. So, well, I do care, but I don't care to hear her talk about it. So I'm going to go to a new clip that we have, and these are shorter because I know we're coming up on well, about 2.5 hours we've been live, I think. Yeah, 11, 12. So a couple of shorter clips and then we'll call it a day.
And if you guys don't know who Maria is, we'll get to Maria here in just a second.
Oh, sorry.
So the Letitia Stout trial is a lady that is a step parent to a 11-year-old boy that ended up killing this 11-year-old boy, but went on months of trying to convince everybody that she was not, that she did not kill this boy, and went on through all of these different stories about how she was abducted, she was AR'd, Gannon was AR'd, all these stories. Well, they ended up arresting her before they found Gannon's body, and then they ended up finding Gannon's body under an overpass in Florida, just a few miles or a few blocks away from where Letitia and her daughter Harley Hunt were last staying before they made their way to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Letitia ended up getting arrested in Myrtle Beach and extradited back to Colorado. And when the FBI agent sat down with her after her arrest, she kept trying to say, well, you guys have gone everywhere I went. You guys can't find his body. So obviously it has nothing to do with me. She was playing that game until they found him. And then the gig was up. And so she was very upset about that and ended up firing two of her defense attorneys, two female defense attorneys that would have probably done a little bit better job for her, these guys that she eventually ended up having. But, she was one of those people that probably wasn't listening to her attorneys, that probably didn't believe her attorneys, that thought for whatever reason her attorneys should be able to get her out of this matter. And lawyers have to set expectations, right? That's their job, is setting expectations and explaining to them that there is no guarantees. You're going to court, you're going to be fighting for your life. There are no guarantees. And you have to talk to them specific.
Okay, so this is 2 hours into her live, and this is her waiting for the trial to begin. To me, she sounds like she might have been drinking, but that's just me. Yeah.
And say, look, there's a lot of damaging evidence against you. How are we going to explain this? Help me explain it to the jury. If somebody's complaining, if you have a client that's like, oh, you're not doing your job, tell me how to do my job. Tell me how I'm supposed to convince a jury when you've done all of this. Nobody did this for you. You did this all yourself. We're trying to fix this problem for you. So I do think a legal strategy was one for appeal. That's truly what I think. I think that there's.
So you think the lawyers did what is, in your opinion, a crappy job so that she has grounds for appeal? That makes no sense, Betty.
No, it doesn't.
And it also seems unethical and probably a means to.
Wouldn't that lead to disbarment?
I would think, like, if you deliberately don't do your job.
Right.
It makes no sense.
I don't think they're going to risk that.
No, not at all.
Setting her up, I think her defense attorney, as part of the trial strategy, is setting her up for a good appeal. And I think that they have done that for her. What we learned throughout the course of this investigation in this trial, where they had the experts come up and say whatever they did, is that for whatever reason, now I don't think we even know the true reason as to why Letitia did this to Gannon. It could have been a number of reasons. It could have been she just hated the boy. She could have been that she thought Al was spending entirely too much time when he comes home with his son, and he should be spending that time with her. She may have thought that by getting rid of Gannon, it would make their relationship better, and that they would be working together to find Gannon, and in the grand scheme of things, even having a more tight, a much better relationship with one another if Gannon was removed. Either way, we know whatever the reason is, beyond a reasonable doubt, she did not like Gannon. None of her searches ever talked about her not liking her husband. her not liking her stepdaughter, her not liking her daughter. It was her not liking her stepson. There was some kind of issue, personality issue between Gannon and Letitia Stout. And Gannon was required to be under her care. We don't know. I can tell you if she had no problem, and I truly believe nobody's going to convince me otherwise. We definitely know that Gannon was injured with wax. We definitely know something with a candle. I find it very hard to believe that that kid could have knocked the candle over and got burnt. And here's why. Because the direction of the candle and the wax was going from a trajectory that was at a diagonal, not a straight, like if you kick it and it goes, like it knocked off and it splattered. I get it. But if he had done it, he would have been on the other side of the wax. So that means he would have hit it and the wax would have went forward. The wax got onto him. And you could clearly see it burnt the couch, meaning that he had to have been on the couch when the candle was dropped. Had to have been. In order for him to sustain injuries on his arms consistent with wax burning, he would have had to have been laying on the couch when that candle was thrown in his direction. So there's no way he could have knocked that candle over, in my opinion. There's no way, 100% untrue. There's no way Gannon could have. I think Letitia got mad and threw it. And then when she realized it landed on Gannon and Gannon got hurt, she started freaking out and she knew she was going to get in trouble. I think she knew that her and her husband were already having a lot of problems. They were already on the verge of having the divorce discussions. And I think the injury to Gannon over her losing her cool was one that she was really concerned with. Now, I don't know if because of that, she ultimately said, I'm going to be in trouble. They're going to have me arrested. I know Al. And she just decided she didn't want to deal with it. I mean, I don't know what her reason is in killing this little boy. All I know is she did kill him. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. She did kill him, and she acknowledged killing him to therapists. And this was many years after all these stories, all these wild accusations of Eduardo and whatever that other Caesar or whatever the other guy's name was that she found online. The stories just didn't make sense. And I don't think she realized how she was being monitored by other people's Ring cameras. When people put Ring cameras up, they're not putting Ring cameras up to monitor their neighbors. I can tell you that. Well, most of the people are. I'm sure there's a few out there that installed it just because they can't stand their neighbor. But for the most of us, we don't get Ring cameras because.
Do you have a Ring camera, Betty, or are you just talking out of your behind again?
I was getting ready to ask. If she has one, it's probably to spy on neighbors.
Like she's now a Ring cam expert and why people get Ring cams, and that it's not because they want to keep an eye on their neighbors, or it's to keep an eye on the neighborhood. That's why they get them. Oy.
We want to monitor our neighbors. We get it so we can see who's coming onto our property.
Okay, so Wise Angel, I wasn't going to mention this, but now that you actually are thinking the same thing I am, I did notice that one side of her mouth is drooping at this point in the live, as where it wasn't in the earlier part of the live, but she is talking out of the side of her mouth at this point. Yes, I have also noticed that.
It just happens to be there's no obstruction from our camera to the houses across the street. So you typically get to preview what your neighbors are doing. And it's just a side effect of having a exterior camera. So I don't think that they're intentionally watching them, but they caught a lot of her activities on the camera, almost like kind of adjacent to her house, kind of diagonally to her house on the other side of the street, which again, not the clearest video in the world, but definitely clear enough that you can see somebody moving. And with Letitia's testimony and other witness testimony, the only people there were her and Gannon. So any movement that you saw was either her or Gannon. And it's very easy to tell what is her movement and what is Gannon's movement. How can you do that? Because she's much taller than Gannon. She is much taller than Gannon. So it's definitely easier to see somebody smaller and somebody larger moving in that distorted video. So it does give you at least a starting point, right? So we've got about 10 more minutes before the judges are supposed to be. Now, I don't know if they're going to let us hear what they're talking outside of the jury. I'm pretty sure they are going to allow us to hear what they're talking to outside of the jury, but we will find out in about another 10 minutes. So during this course of this investigation, we listened to hours upon hours of all these wild stories and these guilt trips she put Al in, and the horrible names that she called Gannon's mom. And again, she killed their child. She murdered their child. This wasn't an accident that went wrong and she freaked out about and didn't know what to do and got scared. This is something where she bludgeoned this boy 4 different times with a piece of wood. She stabbed this boy 18 times with a sharp bladed knife. And then that wasn't enough. So she shot this kid. This goes beyond, well beyond an accident. This is something that little boy, when I heard for the first time, I think it was day 2 of the trial, one of the officers said that they could not believe how once they saw all the blood spattering on his wall, how much violence was that took place in that room. And that's when it hit me. You know, you just see all these little specks of fluorescent blood on this wall. And it just, you see all these little specks and you don't consider it violent because they're just little specks of blood. But you take all those specks of blood and you look at it.
So now you're a crime scene investigator, blood spatter expert. Just because they're little specks doesn't mean it's not violent, Betty. Oh my God, I can't with her.
Adam, and then you realize that boy was bludgeoned, stabbed, and shot in that room. That was his final resting place right there. That's where, not final resting place, but that's where he was killed. He was killed in the comfort of his own room, in the sanctity of his own room, in the security of his own bedroom, inside of his own home. And this comes back to our crusade on educating parents, even with the 7 that are out in Oklahoma. This is something where the mom didn't even know Jesse McFadden's history or background or criminal history. She had no knowledge that he was this sexual deviant, and she's got him around 3 of her children. And now her 3 children and 2 of her children's friends are now dead. 7 people gone. And she never even had knowledge that this guy had this horrific background. And so this is just another, bringing awareness to my audience and those that replay this. Be careful who you bring home to your children. It is your responsibility to make sure your children are safe. And while you do not intentionally ever try to put your children.
Here she goes talking about her experience with what you shouldn't do with your children.
Children in harm's way. Your choices in men or women could very well do that. So you need to take extra precaution because at the end of the day, our children, our grandchildren are irreplaceable. They are priceless. There's not a dollar figure in the world that could ever put a value on my family, just like there's not a person in the world that could ever put a value on your family. And so they are the most precious of precious to us. They are irreplaceable. They are, everybody's worried about the money that they have in their bank. You can't take that with you. There's not a dollar in my bank account that I would not be willing to save my family with. And so we have to take these extra precautions when we're meeting people and when we have children. Listen, what you want to do in your life is your business. Nobody is to tell you, you know me, I'm a liberty person. Don't tell me what to do, right? But that's for you. When you have children, you shouldn't be forcing your will onto them in so much so with relationships. You need to protect them. A person, we watch these people that are cunning and conniving and manipulative every single day, day in and day out, right? Yes, thank you, Brat to our Brat. That's funny. Hold on here. Where was it? I thought it was yours.
Can you imagine what her kids would be like if she actually had children of her own? Can you imagine little bullhorns running around?
Oh my God. No,
I can't even think about it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Right, Betty with the good hair. Right, and Sinner said the same thing, but some aren't worth saving, right? Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well,
so now
when she was married, I know her husband was a lot older than her. He had grown kids, and I think they have kids now, which would have been her step-grandchildren. But she talks about them as if they're still current in her life, and I don't think they are. I don't think his kids have anything to do with her. I really don't.
No, I don't think so either. No.
So I mean, if his kids aren't seeing her, then the grandkids aren't seeing her either. And
right.
I mean, her ex-husband knows how she is. Would he, still be taking the little grandkids over there to be around this woman? I don't think so.
No, not especially like True Crime Dime just said when she brags about hitting them.
Exactly.
Or
I mean,
at the one time saying they came within an inch of their life.
I mean, look at everything that she did to him. And
Yeah.
I mean, he wouldn't press charges on her, but there are a number of arrests from stuff that she tried to do with him. He knows she's a
Yeah.
violent person, and I just don't see him taking them little grandkids around her. I don't see it.
No, me either. No way. Especially seeing how she is on YouTube.
Yeah.
I would never have people or kids around her in real life because she's wild on a public platform. I can't imagine what she's like when the cameras aren't on.
Exactly.
Yeah, scary stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says, there it is, Kathy S. Thank you. I had the wrong one. Background checks are a must. Background checks you can do literally, when you have children, background checks are a must. You should be background checking people. If your child is in an extracurricular activity after school.
So yes, Catherine, she has started using a green screen. And thankfully, yesterday she decided not to use the green screen she had of Gannon and Letitia, which it made me physically ill, or the green screen of the Idaho 4 that she had behind her when talking about Koberger, which was also, I feel, not in the best taste to use. It's deplorable, in my opinion. Yes.
I agree.
And it's allegedly the reason she decided to finally use the green screen is because some haters were commenting on her couch. So she's now hiding everything around her with a green screen.
Okay, she says she doesn't watch the hate channel. How would she know what's being said about her unless she watches it?
Right.
Or,
Exactly.
Or at least, browses the channels and checks out that.
Yep.
Somebody's not telling the truth.
After school program, you should be getting these people's names and checking. This day and age, there's, whenever I was growing up, we didn't have computer systems. Information literally wasn't at the tips of our fingertips when I was growing up. Information in this day and age is free flowing. You can find a lot of information very quickly by using online tools and resources. Use them. If you have young children and you're single, whether you're a guy or a girl, male or female, I should probably say, right? It doesn't matter. Women can be just as dangerous as men. This illusion that women are they're starting to rear their ugly heads on how despicable women can be. We have always been identified as nurturers, as loving, caring people, but there are people out there that are female that are just wired wrong, and they can look normal, and they can have families, and they can have children, and still do horrible things behind closed doors. So I really want all the parents in here. I know the people that watch here, watching here, I really don't have to worry about. But
what's that?
A little self-reflection.
Yeah.
They might appear normal, but do horrible things behind closed doors. You should know.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people that come across our videos out there in YouTube world that might get something out of this, that may never have seen me before, don't know what I'm about, don't know my messaging. But at the end of the day, we have to protect our children at all costs. There's not a dime in your bank account that could ever pay for that loved one. Not one dime. Our families are priceless. They're precious. They're precious metals, right? They're precious metals to us. So it's your job. It's your job to make sure your family is safe. So don't be bringing strangers home. When you have young children or teenage children, you need to still take your time. And this is a woman that's been married to this man for some time. I don't know how he was able to get away with it, or what kind of makeup was going on in their household, especially in light that he had just been recently arrested for child porn and other just disgusting stuff. And he was going to go to jail for a really long time, I really believe, because of his criminal history. And he just took everybody out just so he didn't have to be ashamed of them. I don't know. He should have never been out of jail. He should have never had the opportunity to meet their mom and meet those kids. He should have never had that opportunity. He should have been in jail. And this is what's so disgusting and so wrong about these sexual deviants is that when you're younger, you have a little more room to grow. But when you're an older person doing these things, you're not changing. You're not going to change. These are things that we don't understand. Remember, we were talking about how.
Okay, so hold on, Betty. Did you just now say that when you're younger, you have the ability to change?
Mm-hmm.
Funny,
because
you said, and I remember because I was yelling at you, you said that that is one reason why children should no longer be alive on this earth, is because they are vicious and unable to change. So I find that, as we call it, hypocritical. Now
Yeah.
you're changing your story?
How we don't really understand the brain. You know, how can we talk about psychology when there's not one psychologist that can understand the brain to its entirety? And that's really why I don't, you know, I think anybody here that sees a therapist that's on any kind of prescription, if it's helping you and you're under a doctor's care, you follow your doctor. I don't ever listen to anybody, not Bullhorn Betty or any other creator on here telling you
especially
you're wrong
you.
for doing that. What's good for you doesn't mean it's good for me. Just for me personally, I don't, you know, I just don't think that anybody is trained well enough to tell me who I am. It's a thing for me, right? It's a hurdle I have to go over.
Oh,
It looks like we're
come
starting
on,
to get some
Betty.
movement.
Mm-hmm.
We're not trained, and we can tell her exactly who she is.
Exactly.
A violent, lying con artist.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I don't even have a degree in psychology. Well.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I trust my doctor to know more about my brain than I do.
Yeah. For real.
I'm not a neurologist, so I trust, a neurologist to know more about my brain. I'm not a cardiologist, so I trust a heart doctor to know more about my heart than I do. So that makes no sense, Betty. There are people who are trained and have studied this. So why not trust them to tell you what you may be going through?
Going through something. I don't know what.
Oh, clip that for a PSA? Yeah, we could do that.
In
Right
the
in
Letitia
that
Stout trial,
timestamp.
I just saw.
So that's about 220, I'd say 223 is when she started.
Okay.
Around that time. Yeah, welcome to the club, Wise Angel.
A little glitch go up on the camera, so it looks like we might be getting close to being called. Since we're like 3 minutes in, I'm gonna put this up on here. Here we are. We're a go, guys.
Okay, so that's the end of that part. I wanted that clip because she uh-oh, what's going on with my Okay, I don't know where my thing went so that I can change the oh, there it is. I wanted that part where
If you guys don't know who Maria is, we'll get to Maria here in just.
I wanted that part where she was talking about doctor and her whole narrative of Letitia. So this part, I'm not sure how long this is. These are a lot shorter as we go forward. And I think this is
I have solved the great mystery of her throat clearing. You want to hear
you
it?
have?
Yes. It says, many of us enjoy a morning cup of joe or an afternoon tea. But because these two beverages cause dehydration, our bodies react to this change by producing thick mucus. That's why she's always clearing her throat, because of all the coffee she drinks.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I thought I'd look that up.
I don't know if she has a date after the stream. She was looking like this at the beginning of the stream at what she came live around 8 yesterday morning because I was at work.
Like
so yeah, so she yeah, she's something. So I don't remember. This might be where she introduces the whole cupcake to us. So for those of you who have been with us, thank you so much. Again, I super appreciate it. So the name of this was Bafoon Betty Sprinkle. So this might be the sprinkle analogy. Maybe I skipped the sprinkle analogy because that was during the Koberger. I think I did. But she does bring in her cupcake again in one of these clips. And this might be the one. I can't remember, but she does some weird stuff again.
Just a second. So, the Letitia Stout trial is a lady that is a step parent to a 11-year-old boy that ended up
Wait.
killing this 11-year-old.
We already watched that one. Hold on. Whoops. Sorry about that.
Stella Bella
We
says
knew
she
that she was
drinks.
part of the whole.
Stella Bella says she drinks 10 cups of coffee and she doesn't need to do the throat clearing.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying the other day. Like I was sick. I did a live sick, and I don't think I cleared my throat that much. I think I might have had to mute twice to cough, but I just kept my cough drops next to me. I kept my water. Like in the morning it's really bad when you first wake up, but then once, you drink your water or tea, whatever,
Yeah, it
anything
could just
besides
be affecting
coffee.
Betty differently.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you go back to her very first live a year and a half or so ago, she does it then too. Now, who lives with allergies every single day of their life without doing something about it?
Yeah.
Because she's always had this throat clearing thing, and she's always drank that load of coffee.
Yeah, and it's like it's not like normal. Like it's that huge pot. It's got to be at least a gallon.
And she drinks 2 of them a day because during the trials she'll stop and go make more.
Yeah, like that's a lot of coffee.
Yeah, it is. And she does. I never see her drink water.
No, she just had that tumbler. That was the first time I saw the tumbler with a straw yesterday. But yeah,
we don't
it's
know
always
what
coffee.
was in it.
Right.
Identity disorder, illness, which is again a very speculative, very subjective.
Oh, hold on.
There's no clear-cut science to prove the case of insanity. It's basically interpretations and opinions of a variety of experts that help diagnose these people as being insane beyond the ability to know right from wrong. And so only having 2 witnesses, that was poor in and of itself. Like they had an opportunity to bring a wealth of people from her past, people, people to talk about who she is as a person. And, they're saying that she's had this. We're hearing from all these experts that some of these illnesses take X number of years to identify. Well, if that's the case, then she should have been showing some type of disability or some type of mental incapacity long before it got to this point where Gannon was killed. So trying now to say that she is mentally ill to the point where she doesn't know right from wrong at the time the incident took place is ludicrous, because there's so much action behind her that showed that she believed what she did was wrong, because she lied about it. She hid it. She was deceptive. She ran away. She was a coward. She was so busy pointing the finger at everybody else saying, why are you looking at me? We're looking at you because you're the only person that makes sense. We don't care if you loved him and up until the very day that you killed him. We don't care if he was your BFF the day you killed him. You can't, when you have, it's just like Don and Candace Wells. When you have all this information and you have all this evidence, and when you put it all together, it keeps bringing you back to one place. It's not everybody else. How many times did Letitia say we all had it wrong? We all had it wrong. We all had it wrong. How dare they look at me? And I can't wait. People are going to owe me an apology. People are going to owe me an apology. Right? All out there. Her. 11-year-old boy is missing, but it's all about her. Right? It's all about her. We don't dispute. Thank you, Caroline. God bless you. We don't dispute she's got issues. I've never disputed that one time. I tell you that she's back crack crazy, right? She's back crazy. Like she's on a completely different element than we are. A whole totally different plane than we are. I'm not disputing that this lady is effed up. It's majorly screwed up in the head. Okay, insane in the memory. Okay, she's just not insane to the letter of the law for Colorado. That's all I'm saying. She knew what she was doing was wrong. She did it anyway. She knew she's old enough to know better. There's a reason why. Do you think we have 311 people in this chat right now? And I guarantee if I say raise your hand for everybody that said I'm going to kill him or I'm going to kill her, I guarantee we have all said that. We have all had our limits pushed by children. Every one of us, at least the majority of us. Let's not paint with such a broad brush, but the majority of us have our ever-loving lives
by strangling people.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've noted like she's still talking. She's actually talking more out the side of her mouth, and it almost seems like she's clenching her teeth together, and she's literally talking out of the side of her mouth. So she's definitely transitioned over the last few hours.
Challenged by a child. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're not saying that. But you know what? We have 314 people in the chat right now that haven't killed an 11-year-old child. All right. That we do know. So there's no excuse. And while she went nuts on this boy, I mean, he was stabbed 18. You're talking about a level of overkill here. 4 blunt force trauma, 4 strikes that they can, and probably more than that. Those are the ones that actually made damage. So we're talking about bludgeoning him 4 different separate times with a piece of wood, stabbing him 18 times with a sharp blade knife, and shooting this kid. I don't know. I'm sorry. Normal people, you know, do we ever say I'm going to kill a kid? Of course. I can't tell you how many times, as horrible as.
Okay, I did not see this part. Never have I ever said I was going to kill a kid. Never, like I ever said to a student, "Oh my God, I'm going to kill you." Never. Even when they curse me out or call me bad words or tell me to get off their D, I do not say I'm going to kill you.
No, I don't see you saying that at all.
So who did you say that to, Betty? What kids have you said, I'm going to kill you? Inquiring minds want to know.
Probably her little step-grandchildren.
Yep. Well, and I mean, she did say they came within an inch of their life, so.
She's just a sad, angry woman. That's all I know.
Hi, Jacob. Sure. You can ask anything as long as it's appropriate and not too vulgar. Absolutely.
It sounds. How many times I say I'm going to kill my grandkids, right? Haven't said it in a while. But when they were here, like that day, I talked to you about where.
Right. She hasn't said it in a while because she's been divorced and no longer sees them. You got it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So that's also telling me that she said it more than once. That it was a recurring theme within her experiences with her grandchildren.
Professor Kate, I agree with you 100%.
Oh, I see that. Yep. So something more than coffee. Agreed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's gotten worse. Like this, like in the morning, like when I first started this stream, it wasn't noticeable. But then when I fast forwarded to like after 2 hours, it was really, really noticeable. Like her jaw, like her mouth was droopy on the one side. Hey, Crimes and Fashion, and can you email me, please, girl? Because I have tried to email you twice, and it keeps getting kicked back to me. So I don't know what I put in wrong. But mine is just headstones and AND headlines at gmail.com. And then I'll email you back. Oh, maybe.
One of my grandkids, the other one up the side of the head and has a big old goose egg right there at the temple. And then the other one, because she hit her, gets a big, huge bite mark where it looks like, you know, the chunk of skin was about to come off. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a horrific scene for these young children. These kids, like Holly, I think was 7 at the time, and Kaylee was 5. So you're talking about young kids. We're not talking about, you know, we're not talking about toddlers, but we're talking about young kids here. And I'm telling you, I had to step away. And I had to put them both in corners because I was so angry that I could not put my hands on. I could not spank them. I couldn't do anything at that moment but put them in a corner. That's how angry I was. I feel that I would have to be crazy to kill a child. Of course. And that's it. You have to be crazy to kill a child. I mean, listen, kids are growing. They're going, I mean, think about us. I mean, I was a horrible child. You know, I was a good child
You're
up
a
to a
horrible
certain point.
human.
And I became I was a pain in the butt for my parents. I survived. I didn't die. And I had violence in my home. Well-known violence in my home. And I'm still here. I got a lot of scars. Not many that you can see, but I got a lot of scars from my upbringing.
I thought she had
But I
a
still
wonderful
survived.
childhood. Grew up with a
Right.
silver spoon
Silver
in their mouth,
spoon, a
swimming pool.
nanny. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
nannies, the swimming pool, had anything they wanted. I mean, which is it, Betty? Was it good? Was it bad? Make up your
Right.
mind and stick to it.
Even with all the stuff in my house, I think there's a special place for somebody that hurts a child. We all have children. It's all part of growing. I can tell you the things that I learned when I was 15. The seeds that were planted when I was 15 are the seeds
That's
that
the
saved me in my
person
30s.
who wants to euthanize.
I want you guys.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I agree, Brain Drain. The violence came from her. Mm-hmm.
I wonder what her mom is really like when she's not, talking to Betty. If you were to see her out somewhere and recognize her and just talk to her one-on-one, I wonder what she's really like. Because you can tell when she's with Betty, she's a big-time enabler. She
Right.
goes along with all of Betty's crap. Is she afraid of Betty?
And that's what I believe. I think mom appeases Betty because it's easier than having to deal with her anger and violent nature.
Could be. Agree.
Guys to hear that again. The seeds that were planted when I was 14 and 15 by the people that cared and loved me are the seeds that saved my life later down the road. So always remember, even though you don't see the results of the seeds you plant today, there's always tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. And I can guarantee the people that planted those seeds in me for me to be a better person, they don't even get to see the result of their work. Because I don't keep in contact. I haven't seen these teachers or these professionals in many years. So they don't even get to see the product of their work unless they roll up on the Bullhorn Betty channel by accident, right? And they're like, holy crap, that's that crazy chick.
She's still crazy.
That's that crazy chick I knew. I remember counseling her.
Man, none of our hard work worked.
I would still love to be able to talk to some people that went to school with this lady. High school. I just know for a fact that she was the mean girl who never had anybody around her because she was mean and scary. And during class change, when everybody's all huddled up talking, here comes Betty just stomping down the hall with this, I hate you, I'm going to kill you look on her face. That's how I picture her in high school.
Yeah, I'd love to have an interview with someone or many people who knew her way back when.
Mm-hmm. I mean, before she was even 18, she assaulted her mother and had to go to court, and her mom got that restraining order on her. So you can imagine what she was like in high school. Because she was, I guess, in high school at the time that happened. So she's attacking her mom. What was she really like back then?
Yeah.
And she hasn't changed because she's still mean.
Nope.
In my opinion.
So, anyways, we have 9 minutes left. I can't wait to hear these arguments. You know what? And the reason why I'm happy and excited right now, it's not because of this case. Hair color makes you look younger. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I feel a little younger. They say blondes are more fun.
Is that why you're all hoochied up? Because you feel younger and you feel like you're back in your, early 20s?
Hoochied up.
I don't know if that's true or not because I just don't have fun. No, I'm just joking. Well, kind of. Like I don't really go out very much, but I do have fun. I have my own little twisted sense of humor, right? But thank you, Crime Scene Photo. I didn't know you could do rebuttals after closing arguments. Does that happen? Yeah. Just like with the so even during the trial where the state they start out first, so they're able to ask their questions. It doesn't really matter what side you're on, whether it's defense or prosecution, but you have what's called cross examination. You also have redirect and recross. So that means that once the state is done, and it's kind of it's similar for the verdict as well, and the jury. So let me just put this up here. So yes, it does have.
Okay, so this is where I wonder if people are trolling her with their questions, acting like they don't know, or if they truly don't know. So this says, I didn't know you could do rebuttals after closing arguments. Does that usually happen? Does anyone know how long that takes and if we can get a verdict today? So now Betty is answering her question based on what she knows. I said this in your live, called her an idiot, and she was watching. Oh, True Crime Dime. Interesting. Brain drain, really? I did not know that.
Which live was that?
Yeah, it's had to have been before my time on YouTube. No recross in Colorado. Oh, Burnt Toast has the clip. Okay, I'm gonna have to check out some of her lives. That's awful. But it, not surprising at all.
Happen. There are rebuttals. So, and the reason why I'm explaining it in the sense of examining a witness for testimony, because it kind of explains it better. So when the state is up there and they're questioning the witness and they get their testimony and they say, you know, that's all for me. And so now cross-examination happens where it goes to the opposing counsel. And since we started off with the state being the one questioning this witness, we're going to say the defense being opposing counsel is now cross-examining this witness on stuff that they've heard them testify to the state. And so they may bring up something, and now the state's like, oh, we forgot to clarify on that. So now the defense has ended their cross-examination. Now the state actually has what is known as recross. So they can actually now talk to their witness about this new information that the defense came up with. And so now they may answer, and now the defense may say, wait a minute, I need to expand on that now. So now they actually have an element called recross. So they have the questioning, they have the cross-examination, they have the redirect, and then recross. And so this is very important because when it comes to these closing arguments, it's similar. So the state's going to get up and have their closing argument. Then the defense is going to get up and state their argument. Well, there may be something that the state forgot to address in their closing arguments that the defense has just brought up. So now they have an opportunity to rebut or refute the closing arguments of the defense. It's only fair because think about it. The state goes first. So now they've made their statement. And so now the defense gets to make their statement. Well, what if this defense brings up something that they weren't expecting? So it's just, it's for fairness. It's for fairness. So the state has their closing, then the defense has their closing. And now the state has the opportunity to rebut the defense because the defense came after the state. So they have an opportunity when they're up to rebut the closing arguments of the state. So it's to give that balance. It's because the state didn't know what the defense was going to say. Now they know what the state is going to say. Now they have an opportunity to rebut that. And so you heard the one attorney, he said that he's not sure if he can keep it within an hour. So it sounds like the closing arguments, at least on both sides, for all intents and purposes, are going to be about an hour. It sounds like we're going to have natural breaks from transition from the state to the defense. And then we also have from the defense back to the state. Once that's done, jury instructions will be read first, it sounds like. Then they're going to do their closing. Then after that, they're going to they're hoping to have the deliberation. It sounds like they're trying to push the deliberation today. It sounds like everybody's trying to get this case wrapped up today as humanly possible. And I think that they will be successful in being able to do that. Thank you, Caroline. I appreciate a little something something for your Idaho trip. Thanks, BHB, for all you do.
How much
thank
is
you.
that?
It's a group effort because you guys do.
What's that?
How much is that super chat? $20?
$20, yeah.
Idiot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, we need to change our game up. Create some Amazon wish list.
I know. Like, shoot. I don't know what I would
Everybody-
put on it, but
Well, everybody in this chat, go create you an Amazon wish list if you have a channel where people can actually see it. I mean, come on. If she can do it, we can do it. About the only thing that would be on mine would be maybe cat treats, butterscotch candy.
oh yeah. Gift card, like a Walmart gift card or
Yep.
like
Gotta
Amazon
go
gift
buy something
card,
for the
but
kitty
like
cat.
I would rather you use your money to donate it to a local rescue or animal shelter
Me too.
than to my pockets because the animals need us more.
Yeah, our animal shelter, if you go to their website, they have an Amazon wish list. So I usually check it like once a month, once every 2 months, and go to the store and buy something and run it over there. Most of the time, it's the little cans, Fancy Feast kitten food, because they have a lot of little bitty kitties.
Yep.
So, I'll buy a case of it, which is, I think, 24 cans or something, and run over there because they need it. I don't need anything, but these little animals do.
I agree.
I'm a sucker when it comes to animals. I can't help it.
Do it as well. Without you guys, there would be no Bullhorn Betty, right? There would be no Bullhorn Betty without you guys. There would be no channel here. There would be no boots on the ground. I can tell you
it's
that I would
their fault.
So there's somebody had asked earlier, I don't remember who, and I apologize. I think it was Brain Drain, maybe not, and I apologize if it wasn't you. Someone had said, now she says boots on the ground, or maybe it was Catherine. Maybe it was Catherine. Now
Yeah,
that
she's
it's
been saying that for a few days now. Boots on the
yes,
ground.
she's changing. She's
I
now
think
saying
they
boots on
got.
the ground instead of
I think they got in trouble for using heels on the ground. I really do. I don't think that lady, she's a veteran. I don't think she actually actively does anything. But as far as I know, she still holds the 501(c) for it. Somebody might have finally got a hold of her to let her know that these people have stole her name.
right. Yep. But she has said that quite a bit this week, I've noticed.
She sure has.
never be able to do it all by myself. I would never be able to do it all by myself. So I thank you. And this is not, and as I say this before, and I always continue to say it again, this is not my channel. I may be the.
Oh, now here's the real me too. She's sending $4.99 and she is a loyal sub. Maybe a moderator, I'm not sure. But she says, notice prosecutors are all wearing blue ties, and I'm sure family in blue too. But how dare Letitia wear blue? She should be in red and black.
Does Letitia have control over what she wears to court?
Exactly. So
I mean, I'm asking the question because I don't know.
I don't think so. I think, well, at least I know with the Nicholas Cruz trial, he had a certain amount of outfits that he could wear that was bought for him for trial. I don't think they don't take her to the store and let her pick out her clothes for the day.
Right.
So I would assume no, it's whatever the jail or court, whoever buys for her. Yeah.
Talking head on this channel, but I can tell you this channel, the stuff that we do here is derived literally, I would say about 80% of the people that watch this channel, 80% come from each and every one of you. Notice prosecutors are all wearing blue ties. I'm sure family in blue too. But how dare Letitia wear blue? She should be red
Well,
and black.
I can't wait to see what she says.
Yeah, here and of course she's laughing because this whole
Let's get
thing
her
is freaking
opinion on.
hilarious.
Yeah, let's get her opinion on the outfit.
Don't forget, if you don't understand the importance of red and black, that is another one of her lies that she says people in red and black have a habit of triggering her. And when she's triggered, she goes in protective mode. And we know that when she goes into protective mode, that's apparently when Maria Sanchez comes out. But I also want to note for my audience here is that this entire trial has been very intense. There's been a lot of grotesque photos that were put up that we were not able to see, that weren't provided here on this channel. Not because, it's because the judge did his due diligence to make sure those images were not broadcast.
Wrong, Betty. You broadcast every single one of those images, and they continue to remain on your channel because you were ghost streaming and realize it was in your live. So if her subs are in here, which I know they probably are, her live shows every single photo of Gannon that was shown to the jury, because
I'm glad I missed that. I missed
I
it.
didn't, and I recorded it because I had a feeling she was gonna delete it and say she never did it. So obviously I didn't post it because it's awful. But it's because
I've seen one picture. Well, two. I think one was of his hand and one was a full body thing. That's the only pictures I've seen, and I don't want to see anymore.
Yes, and it was every single one.
Oh, wow.
And it's still up. And True Crime Dime and I actually were discussing this, or maybe it was in a live, or maybe it was an email. I can't remember. We don't think she even knows she did it.
Probably not, because she's not there while the trial's actually streaming.
So if one of her subs is here or watches this later, please let her know that yes, she did show every single one of those photos, and it's not like they were cut off. Like the full photo, the full TV is in the stream, in her stream.
She streams it. She goes out, does whatever, comes back. She doesn't go back and watch it. She just lets it post. Correct? Wow. And you notice her little explanation of the blue and red?
Yeah, was all
being triggering for Letitia. I mean, come on, Betty, my God.
Probably was a planned super chat.
Probably.
Across the internet or throughout the news, because he knew a lot of people were live broadcasting this. So he kept those horrible, grotesque photos out of our purview. But the bottom line is she says whenever she
is so freaking dumb. So
that
freaking
proves
dumb.
Right there. Yeah, that proves that she does not go back when she's been out all day and this stuff's streaming. She does not go back when it's over that night and look back over and edit those live streams before she just lets them go.
Right. Or that her mods or viewers, well, maybe her viewers do, but then they get blocked. Maybe her mods did tell her and she doesn't freaking care.
That could be true too.
And she's just going to keep saying, I didn't know, it was out of our purview, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit, Betty. That should be your new name, but I don't like swearing. So maybe I'll just call you Bull Poop Betty.
I know. I mean, I swear in my videos, but out of respect for your channel, I try not to.
Well, yeah, I mean, sometimes I do, but I try not to because my niece is usually in here. Who knows who else is watching? So,
right.
Oh, purview is the new behoove. You missed it, Lisa. She actually did say behoove at the beginning of the stream. That was like one of her first words, the first few minutes of the live. I agree, Running Bear. I totally agree with you. Yes, True Crime Dime, they did. And she streamed the whole thing because she's disgusting and probably doesn't give a shit.
She is threatened in any way, she goes into protective mode and Maria Sanchez comes out. I'd have to think that this trial was probably one of the most stressful things that Letitia Stout could have possibly ever have gone through. It's one thing killing a kid and ditching it and thinking you got away with murder. It's another thing having to face those very murder charges. I find it very odd that she is so sick in the head, so deeply disturbed, that her mental illness prevents her from being able to know right from wrong. And with her own testimony, not her own testimony, because she never took the stand, but with the testimony of her witnesses, it became very clear that she is alleging that when she is threatened or feels threatened, that Maria Sanchez, she goes into protective mode, and this Maria Sanchez comes out and does her bidding for her. Well, throughout this trial, we have never seen Maria Sanchez. And I find that odd, because if Maria Sanchez comes out to protect her when she's in protective mode, I would think that this trial would be something that would elicit that kind of response.
Possibly, but I would also assume that Letitia is probably on something to keep her calm, or at least tolerable during the trial. I mean, I could be wrong, but she's probably on some meds. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. Remember the day she was flipping everybody off? I mean, what personality was she?
Oh, right. That's true. Yeah.
Response where she would need to be protected or go into protective mode, and therefore Maria would have made a debut at the court. We went for weeks in this court hearing, and not one time has Letitia changed her behavior. She has acted the same from the beginning of this trial all the way to the end of this trial.
How would you know, Betty? You didn't start watching the trial until like the second or third week. So how do you know her baseline hasn't changed? You don't.
With the exception of one day where she put her hair up and she was awfully perky and awfully happy that day. And I don't know what it was that put her in that mood, but every other day outside of that one day, she has, hidden. She's held her head down in shame, which she should. She is lucky that Bullhorn Betty is not there waiting for her to be loaded up in that van. Alec Murdaugh was out there. He got loaded up. He got to meet Betty, right? Letitia.
And he probably didn't even care, Betty. You
No,
were
he
out
didn't
there
care.
looking like a moron, and he didn't even acknowledge that you were there.
Yeah, her and JLR were screaming at him, and he just got in the van, didn't pay him
Yep.
any attention whatsoever.
Yep.
Probably thinking, who are these idiots?
Yeah, exactly. Buffoon. A buffoon. Perfect word for this lady.
Is very fortunate she doesn't get an opportunity to meet Betty, because I would have been shaming her every time she got out of that van and every time she got into that van for what she did. And
well, thank God she wasn't in Colorado.
Right. And the thing is, if Letitia is as crazy as Betty claims she is, she would have never even realized Betty was shaming her. She would have not cared.
True.
Like, she would just think that you're some idiot screaming. Like, she wouldn't feel ashamed.
I guarantee you, when they take her in and out, I'm sure it's at a place that the public is not physically watching her being taken in and out of court. What do you think?
Probably
She wouldn't have been
not.
able to go there and holler at her anyway, because I don't think
No.
she would have been anywhere near her.
They probably had, like, I don't know what they're called.
An
like
underground something maybe,
or like the carport, or somebody is
something.
gonna know the word. It's like a carport, but like
A portage thing.
a bay, or not a docking bay, but like kind of like with Koberger when they brought him from the airport. They brought him into, like, they drove into the building and then shut the doors. So a loading bay, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, it would be something to where Betty would not be able to view her going in
Thank you,
and out
Crimes
of that
and
van.
Fashion. A Sally Port. Thank you.
Okay.
Sally Port. And I know that is also where they had in Daryl Brooks' trial, they had his car in the Sally Port. They had emptied it, and then the car was just there for the jury to look.
I'm
Thank
surprised they didn't do that for Murdaugh.
That's true.
He was just out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least on that one occasion he was. After that, I don't know. I didn't watch it. But...
Right. Yes, look at all these smart people in chat. Thank you so much, everybody.
Whether it makes a difference in a case or not, it makes me feel better. It makes me feel like I had my voice heard, and the suspect, the person that did these horrible acts, have to remember my name and have to remember my voice, and that gives me peace. It gives me peace.
What?
they're not going to remember your voice or your name because they don't care.
Exactly.
They don't care. Like, they don't care about you. They care about themselves and their future livelihood. Like, Letitia's not going to be, or Murdoch, right? He's not going to be like, oh my God, that Betty Bullhorn, I'll never forget her screaming at me. I felt ashamed. Like,
He
girlfriend,
didn't give a rat's ass about her screaming
no.
at him.
Like, girlfriend, get out of here. Oh, okay. The Murdoch courthouse was way too small. No Sally Port. Thank you, Crimes and Fashion. Makes sense if it's a smaller courthouse.
May not give everybody else peace, but it gives me peace. I told the head teacher I didn't want to see her face for the rest of the day. Gosh, I was so angry. So I must be coming in on a conversation. Call me a bad mom, but I'm gonna let him just stand there getting beat up. I don't know. You know, I'm one of those people. I can't
Wow.
believe that.
So now her chat is making comments about Gannon's mom. All right, let's see what this heifer has to say about this.
I think as normal growing up, people are going to hit each other. I think that, you know, children, we are parents, we are to teach our children to stand up for themselves, but not to cause violence. So how would that look like? That would look like something like, you know, I support you defending yourself, but I don't support you being a bully, you know? So when I was growing up, my dad gave me carte blanche to, you know, I can give somebody 3 warnings. And he said, you know, if you go and tell your teacher and they don't do something after 3 times, he's like, if you take actions into your own hands, he's like, you will not be in trouble. He's like, but if you do not try to get something done before you taking it into your own hands, you will get in trouble. So he taught me to speak up for myself and defend myself, but not to be a bully. I was never a bully at school. As a matter of fact, whenever I was in school, there was this.
Sorry, I don't believe that. I see bully written all over her face every day.
Right, Andre. Andre says the biggest bully ever. Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly. Professor Kate says she is behooving them to be classless. Boy.
This one girl, and she was I remember she had a mental issue. She was slow. She was part of the slow learning disability.
Wow.
And we were in high school, and she started, you know, her woman stuff and was bleeding on herself. And these girls that I grew up with since kindergarten, because we all lived in the same area. We didn't really hang out. They weren't friends, but they were acquaintances of mine because we grew up in the same area, whatever. But they were there, and they were just laughing at her and pointing at her and teasing her. And I remember going over there and just lighting their butts up and saying, you know, are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? And I was so appalled by their behavior that I literally walked the girl to the nurse's station. She didn't know what to do. She looked absolutely terrified.
Wasn't that a scene out of that movie, Carrie?
Oh,
that old movie with John Travolta and Sissy Spacek? I believe it was. And a teacher's the one that took her where she needs to go. But
wait a minute.
Scenario.
Oh, somebody in chat.
What?
She was a little girl that she's speaking of, but Wise Angel says yes, it was from Carrie.
What I thought, same scenario. Only she's playing the role of the teacher that took Carrie where she needed to go. But she had started her period. I think she was in the shower room or something.
Yes, Carrie started in shower.
Yeah. I remember that movie. I hadn't seen it in a long time, but
I'm gonna have to take a gander. Yeah, I haven't seen it in forever either. So, well,
I remember this is kind of off topic, but I remember when that movie come out. I don't remember how old I was, but I had a big old golden retriever dog who ran around outside. We lived in the country, and me and my friend had gone to see the movie, and right at the very end of that movie where that hand comes up out of the ground, you know, it scares you to death when you're watching the movie. So we get home, and as soon as I open the car door, that dog jumped in the car about scared me to death. It was scary right after watching that movie. That's something I'll never forget.
Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to look that up later.
And these girls were pointing their fingers and laughing at her, and it was something that really just broke my heart. And I remember yelling at them. This was not anything silent. Like, everybody in that tundra stopped and turned their head, because I was so appalled that I don't know if I cussed them out, if I screamed at them, if I told them, what the hell is your damn problem, she needs help, and you're here laughing at her. You have got I have no idea what I said. It was so many years ago, but I remember I stopped people in their tracks. I was so hot.
I can't see Betty helping or standing up for anybody. I don't buy it.
No.
I don't believe it.
Hello, Jodo. Jodo says Betty is trying to snag a man. Look at what she's wearing. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I'm glad I left this clip in here.
Well, she said she wasn't going out. I think of the Mayo, whatever. So I don't know who she got all dressed up for. Maybe she's got a secret visitor that we don't.
Yeah, Sofa King Tight says, why am I even surprised? Next, she will have looted buildings and fought off Somali pirates. Right, she's going to be, what was that movie? Captain with Tom Hanks. He had, or maybe not the name of it, but he had fought off like 2 Somali pirates. They attacked his ship. I don't remember the name of the movie, but yeah, she'll be Tom Hanks next.
Her to the nurse's station, and I felt so bad for her. And I still remember that, because I know she was not all together upstairs, and your body functions the same.
Like, why would you say that? That's how we know you don't care. When you say someone wasn't all there upstairs, what F, Betty?
I would love to watch one live stream of hers to where she isn't saying stuff, making up stuff, lying, or just putting down somebody. I have never seen it. And I would love to see one where she doesn't do this to somebody.
She says she claims she for this girl that is and comments are disrespectful and just plain rude. Like, why wouldn't you just say a girl that wasn't sure what was happening to her, not a girl who had everything upstairs? Like, ugh, so disgusting. What did Brain Drain say? If Betty wants a man, she just strangles them unconscious, caveman style. Okay. Yeah, she's so ignorant, she believes her own stupidity. Exactly. And now, it'd be interesting, she'd take a play of movie Carrie, because it's even lower than low. I mean, wow.
Whether you act 2 years old or you don't, a woman's body is going to function exactly the same despite their mental capacity. And it was just sad, and I felt very bad. And she was starting to get a circle around her of people. It was not good. I felt my heart broke for her, but we were able to help her. But that's what I'm talking about. You have an opportunity to create bullies or create people that help. And my life was out of control at that time. There was no need for me to get involved. There was no need for me to help.
Mental capacity has to do with anything.
Doesn't.
And I mean, how would she know if she was younger, a teenager? What would she know about it anyway? Somebody's mental capacity.
Right. Like, why? Yeah. Like, why would it come into play?
Yeah, because she has to have something bad to say about people all the time.
Oh, Crimes and Fashion says that is the exact Carrie scene she is reenacting. Disturbing.
Yeah, the only difference is Betty's putting herself in the place of what that teacher did, or the guidance counselor. It was an adult that worked at the school that took Carrie.
Got it. Yeah, that's pretty messed up.
It's easy for me to walk right on past and continue to go to my class. I didn't need to be late for my class. I didn't need to be written up for that, but I chose to do that because I felt really bad for this one girl. And I've been like that a lot of my life. Oh, you guys are sweet. Thank you guys. Let's see what else we have here. Missed you all. Aw, that's so sweet. We missed you too. My daughter was bullied in high school.
What's that?
More money coming in, isn't that?
Oh, no, these are just chats. No money attached.
Oh, I thought I saw a $4
There,
super chat.
maybe there was one. Jen L sent in another one, I think, for $2. There might have been another one, but these are just comments that she's popping up.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
My daughter was bullied in high school, and I approached the parents and see. I think he said, "See, you wouldn't believe," but
oh my gosh, Betty! It says my daughter was bullied in high school. I approached the parent, and gee, you wouldn't believe, but we had attended the same high school, not Gee or C. Oh my God, G.
We had attended the same high school. That child was terrified. Yeah. Yeah. And talking to parents are sometimes a good approach to the situation. Some parents are the reason for the situation. So, you're going to have to use your own thought process to work with that if your child is getting bullied. But definitely tell somebody and hold officials to the fire. If something's going on in a school that they don't want to address, make them address it. Make them address it. Like I said, you want stuff done, be the pimple on the butt of a politician, and you will be amazed how quickly stuff gets done in your community. Remember that. Remember, I told you about the planting of the seed, right? Right? Remember that? The seed that was planted when I was 15 is what saved my life when I got older. So the seed I'm planting today and watering today is going to blossom tomorrow. So we're going to have a lot of people out there going into their communities and saying, wait a minute, you work for me, buddy. You work for me. We want you to do it this way. You work for us. We don't work for you. So we're already past the 9 o'clock time limit. They're not back in yet. I'm sure it's because they've had to make some adjustments on the jury instructions that is going to be read to the jury. We heard from the judge that the judge is going to take about 40 minutes to read those jury instructions. So I think the way it's going to work is they're going to come back in. From my understanding, for those that are just tuning in that weren't here when the judge was on the screen, it is my understanding how this is going to work is they're going to bring the jury in. The defense is officially going to stand up and close their case. It sounds to me like the judge is going to take the 40 minutes to read in the jury instruction.
Okay, we're going to skip over this. I think
we knew that she was part of the whole disassociated.
So I think this is my last one, my last clip. And yes, she did say Blossom. I believe this. So I thought that one was the cupcake one. Might be the cupcake one. Or maybe I skipped a cupcake. But either way, this will be our last clip. And then we'll do some parting thoughts. Even Roundup wouldn't resolve her issues. Her flower, I think she said it's her flower. Her bullhorn was her flower. I think that's what she said. All right, let me just pause this. My computer is being, oh, there we go. All right, so while we wait for my computer.
Keen on the defense. I didn't, I thought there was more that they could have done. It could be very much a trial strategy for this to eventually go to appeals, for a number and a variety of issues.
Hold on.
I do.
Hold the phone.
You trying to find the cupcake?
I think I hit the other arrow instead of the arrow I wanted.
we're going to have a verdict today. I truly believe that. I don't think it's going to go into this weekend. Again, we've done some polls. I'm going to keep the poll up until the verdict, until we're done with this process. So what's most likely going to happen? I didn't know they were going to go in rebuttal. He probably had the attorney's approach because he wanted to gauge the state's timing on their rebuttal, because if they could get it all done before lunch, they would like to get this whole closing wrapped up. So I'm not sure if they're going to try to start deliberation over lunch. I'm thinking, I'm not sure how they're going to do this, if they're going to come back here and do the rebuttal, because when we were talking about this, the rebuttal was after lunch, but it looks like he's just going to make a few points. That's what I would assume, since it's lunchtime and they haven't broke for lunch. If he was going to be more involved or more extensive on that, I truly believe that he would, they would have waited until after the lunch break to resume the rebuttal of this stuff. So I think what they may end up doing potentially is, I think that they will most likely come back, finish up the rebuttal, and hopefully turn everything over from this point forward to the jury. And because they can't leave the courthouse anyways. They're going to be sequestered for lunch anyways. So, and they're ordering that the jury lunch to have there. So the idea that that they can't deliberate and do lunch and all this stuff, I think it would be a great time for them to do so. So if not, what the alternative will be is they will do the rebuttal. They'll go to lunch, come back, and then the judge will give them their final instructions prior to deliberation. He's already given them the jury instructions this morning. So he's already done everything that he needs to do under the law, and they get copies of those jury instructions. So if they have any questions, they have something to refer back to.
So I'm really happy that Betty is confident that the judge did what he needed to do and is following the law. Thank you, Betty. I'm sure he's very appreciative that you are happy with his behavior.
Also, remember, any notes that are being taken by the jury, those are also kept. Every single thing there is kept. They can't, even these forms, even if they fill stuff out, even if they're invalid or moot, they have to keep those. They can't destroy those. Those are part of the total court record. So just a really interesting case. I don't think the defense really helped very much, in my opinion. Again, that's just my personal opinion about the situation. And what else? I think that the deliberation, because of the amount of charges, there's like 4 different charges. I think it's going to take them just a little while to get through a few of them. So my overall evaluation is that they're going to reach a verdict sooner. So I'm going to go from really out here down to more of a granular base. So I believe that they're not going to deliberate near as long as Alex Murdaugh. I believe that they will find guilt or innocent in under 4 hours, but our choices were 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, and over 4 hours.
10 minutes? So she must have had a poll.
She did.
10
She had a poll.
minutes? Oh my God. Seriously, Betty, it would take them that long to get from probably the courtroom to the jury room. Oh my God.
Yeah, she had a poll.
Wow, 10 minutes.
Hours. So I opted that my personal choice is 2 hours, because I think 1 hour is just.
And you were wrong.
Again.
Cutting it a little too close. I think that they could do it, but you're dealing with 12 jurors. So you're dealing with 12 personalities. So just on the side of caution, I decided to go. I believe they can do it right now. I truly believe they can.
Like, she sounds like that's what I do, like at school when kids are doing something they shouldn't be doing, but I don't want to like call them out. I'll be like, and that's what she keeps doing. But she has her mouth open when she does it. It's like, oy.
Can do it in an hour, but I believe it'll be done 2 hours or less. I truly believe it'll be done 2 hours or less. But if it's closer to 10 minutes, guess what? Everybody that did 10 minutes, if it's closer to an hour, everybody that did an hour, good job. And if it's closer to 2 hours, and then
I want to know how many people chose 10 minutes.
I don't know. I did not see.
I wonder if I could still. I probably couldn't see the poll. I don't know. I'll have to go and look. I don't think you can still see it in the chat, but maybe. I'm not sure. But that would be interesting to know.
Of course, over 4. So it's really like 2 to 4 hours is kind of all into that last one anyway. So I guess I should have reworded it different, because when I started it, I didn't realize I only had 4 options to choose until I got down to the very last one. And so I had to be creative with the last one. Instead of just reevaluating the answers, what I should have done is less than an hour, 2 hours, or 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, and 3 or more hours. Probably what I should have done. Oh, well, it is what it is. Right? That's what that's what happens when you're not expecting to do something, and then boom, you decide to do it, and you don't really think it through. Like, there could have been a better way to handle that. Kind of like Letitia, right? If she would have just taken some time. And I do believe, listen to this. So hearing everything, there was a lot of stuff that I think clarified certain information for me on this Letitia Stout trial. What is it? So it's like, how can I explain this?
Yes. Let's get a story concocted.
Like, I believe there was a level of preparation that I didn't think that there was for. And quite frankly, I think the closing arguments of the defense really embodied a lot of those actions. I think the plan, even because when you looked at the timeline and you saw that after Gannon was burnt with the wax, early that morning, she texts her work and tells her work like 4:30 in the morning that her family member died, or stepfather died.
Beat her up. Oh my God.
And she needs
Hey,
to, or
stop
she has
us for
to
a
take
second.
off. She does.
I'm going to have to drop down. My earbuds are dying. It keeps saying battery low. So I'll be in the chat.
All right. Well, thanks for joining. I'm going to wrap this up soon.
All right. Have fun.
Yep.
Bye.
Doesn't know when she'll be back, and then got really snarky with her boss, just trying to ask some questions so she could get the right amount of bull coverage. Oh, thank you. So that almost implies that at some point from the time he got burnt to the time at 4 something in the morning when she texted her boss at her school, that at that point, that was when she decided to move forward with whatever she's planning. And I feel like many others that at that hike, that, that was a potential of where she was going to, do it. And I think for whatever reason, whether it was somebody, a passerby out there that spooked her, and she realized that that's really not a good place. It was too open. She couldn't cover her 6, so to speak. She couldn't make sure that no eyes were on her, because she couldn't have anybody see her do this. And I think something happened out there. I don't know, because apparently, like they said, when they got back, he opened the door and kind of scooted on in the house, and she went in after him. And then they start setting the stage of how and around what time she did all this stuff at, and her odd behavior about backing the Tiguan in, when the Tiguan has never, in the history of them owning that home, ever been backed in that house. And it just so happens it's backed up into that house the night that this terrible incident is believed to have taken place. So I think it's going to be quite difficult to show insanity in this particular matter. I definitely think something's wrong with her. I think she definitely has mental illness, but I don't think it rises to the level or the definition or the threshold necessary for Colorado law for her to be deemed insane and not responsible for her actions. And I liked how the state attorney expressed what something like that would look like, because people really don't know unless you've seen insanity, unless you've seen clinical, lawful diagnosed insanity. You really don't understand it. It's not because it's not that we're supposed to understand. Normal people of healthy mind, body and soul, but not just healthy mind. That doesn't mean we don't do stupid stuff. It doesn't mean that we're perfect people. It just means we are of healthy mind. We can think normal. Okay, we can think normal. What is normal? I know that's subjective in nature, but she's not up to the level of the insanity. And I think we've all have had trying times and have thought about stuff, but it seemed like her problem is Gannon. For whatever reason, the defense kept saying, they never really proclaimed motive or was able to provide motive as to why she did it. I disagree. I think they did provide motive. And some stuff, it's the lack thereof. For example, what do I mean by that? She has search history. It doesn't matter how long ago, whether it was recent or a year ago, but she has search history stating she does not like her stepson. She has search history that states that. It doesn't state her daughter. It doesn't state her stepdaughter. It doesn't state her husband. It doesn't state her husband's wife, ex-wife. It states her stepson. That's it. I don't really care if it was in 2018 or 2020. I don't care. There are no other searches like that for any other member of their household. If nothing more, there's that. If there's nothing more, there's that. The fact that I think that many people have to look at those photos in an objective eye, like we have here, related to the candle and the candle wax, and I think people have already put it together or would have to put it together. He couldn't have been behind that candle, knocking it off and also get it spilled on him. There's something more to that story. And I'm wondering if he smarted off to Letitia and she threw the candle at him. And that's why he was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. You know, I don't think it was referencing that he's the one that knocked over the candle. I don't think that was expressly implied from Gannon in that video. But what was expressly implied is that he was burned, and he was burned by a candle.
But that's not true, correct? There was no evidence to prove that he was burnt with the candle. And again, I'm asking because I did not follow this trial very closely. I saw bits and pieces. I knew the backstory, but she keeps saying that he was burnt with candle wax. But what I've seen in chat is that it was never not verified. What's the word I had? Confirmed. It was never confirmed that that happened. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you guys for the people that noticed my my pink hair.
Oh
Ones that are
God,
just coming in.
stop.
It's not your tea. The girls in the audience, brats in my audience, peer pressured me into getting pink hair. And I'm not going to mention any names, but the brats are Jennifer L and Miss Robin. They're the pimple on the butt of Bullhorn Betty. Okay, and see how quickly things get done. Just saying.
So this will be the last few minutes we do, and then I'll do some parting thoughts.
Just saying. All right. Look at the smirk on this bee's face. What the hey? Oh, hell to the nah. Oh man, I always miss this. I always miss the smirks. It's like she gets it in. She's like, oh my God, Bullhorn Betty doesn't have me up front and center on my camera. Let me put a smile in.
All rise for the jury, please. Oh, apparently not.
And I am, we're here anything, so.
Oh, all right.
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. I am ready. I am ready for the verdict. I know I will be eating.
And this is where she is even more demented than we ever thought. She bought a cupcake, so that's where the cupcake comes in. If you want to see more of the cake, I did post a video of her doing strange things and strange noises with the cupcake. But she bought a cupcake to celebrate when Letitia is found guilty. However, Letitia's already admitted that she's guilty. It's whether or not she was insane at the time or not. But yes, she has a cupcake that she bought to eat when the verdict comes in. And had to eat it because the verdict didn't come in. But this will be our last little interaction with Boo Boo.
Eating this. I know I'll be eating this. You guys are going to watch me stuff my face with this beautiful cupcake. I can't even eat it. Like I want to, you like lick it, right? Because it looks, oh my God. So when we get the verdict, we're going to have a watch party. And I guarantee I'm going to be able to eat this. If they get a not guilty verdict by reason of an insanity, I have to throw this away. And you know, I don't eat sweets very often.
All rise for the jury, please.
Now that I once did. But this is not going in the garbage today. I am going to be eating this in celebration when she is found guilty of all charges. I'm ready. Are you? Are you? You might have to get your own cupcakes. I know I missed some super chats.
Okay, so as we know, Betty ate the cupcake, but not because Letitia was found guilty by reason of insanity or not. It was because the jury was taking their time and their job seriously by deliberating more than just 10 minutes or an hour. So, yeah. Right. So towards the end, I'm not going to play the last part of her live. If you want to see the last part of her live, it's actually on the very end of my live from yesterday, because I noticed she wasn't live anymore. So I'm like, who wants to watch the end of her live to see how she's progressed through the day? And it's all about, there's no verdict. Oh my God. The court, they must have ended the feed because the workers went home. Like all this crap, because she doesn't know what's going on. And so she had said, oh, I could probably keep the cupcake and just put it in the microwave. And then she's like, well, it probably won't last till Monday. So I guess I'm going to have to eat it and then just buy one cupcake on Monday. Okay. Why are we having cupcakes and wine to celebrate something so horrific in nature? But I digress. I agree. It's not a celebration. And she, in the meantime, so again, her live was about 11 and a half hours yesterday. The chat agreed. They said, keep the stream going instead of coming live again later. So while the jury was deliberating, she was ghost streaming the feed the entire time. And she didn't know that the jury had been sent home or excused for the day until maybe about 30 minutes later. So she didn't know that there wasn't going to be a verdict because she wasn't paying attention. So yeah, she exactly. Plant a tree, something, but like we've said before, she doesn't care. She could care less about any of these victims or their case. It's all about the grift and drift of money for her. And every time I think of that, so I am a huge Paul Walker fan. And so Fast and the Furious came out, I was like hooked. And whenever I think of Betty grifting money, I think of Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. And I don't know why. It's got to be a scene. Like, I have to find the scene that I'm thinking of and compare it to Betty. But every time I think of Betty grifting for money, I think of Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. Because I guess it's because she's drifting and drifting, however you want to look at it. For, her obscene, extravagant wish list. And maybe that's why I see it, because the cars they have are gorgeous cars and, worth a lot of money. Oh, maybe she was fixing her roof shingle. Maybe. She was passed out, maybe. Well, she did have a bottle of wine as well. She had a cupcake and a bottle of wine. Yes, that was going to be her celebration snack, I guess you could say. So yeah, I have been live for 4 hours, and I want to thank Bash again. It's always a pleasure I'm so happy that I was able to connect with her over this offer. And we have, a lot of the same opinions, but a lot of different opinions or observations. And that's what this is all about. Our interpretations of things are different. It's based on how we view the world. I'm just glad that we both view this lady as the monster she is. And my only goal is to help spread truth and facts and have a lot of fun while doing it. So, thank you again, everybody, for hanging out. I still can't believe I have people who choose to listen to me. And I really, really appreciate it. So again, I've seen a lot of new names in here. So thank you for those of you who decided to tap in and chat. I do read all of the comments once YouTube has posted them. And I wish I could respond to everyone, but they don't have that ability yet. So with that being said, I hope everyone has a great rest of your Saturday. And until next time, I will see you all on the flip side.